Oh, 6 players.
Yeah. You guys had better hand or something?
No, I didn't have any. No, of course not. That was weird.
You guys look confused. Yeah, you guys look confused.
You can tip him. You want the 40 Ric?
Oh, okay.
80?
Pressure.
We check.
Only 151 straddle. Thank you. 400.
All right, back into the action here. We're picking things up at hand number 5 this evening. We have one more player on the way. Great table, great action for this 5, 10, 20 game tonight. Nick game is on.
Oh, yeah, I saw that.
And Big Bear with a pocket pair.
Yeah.
Big Bear and Sumo.
Then you strike him.
No. I was checking back 5 high on the turn. No, it wasn't an angle. Just trying to see the river, man.
He snapped on you in the river.
My play might have been bad anyway.
No, and then the other man bet so small on the turn. Well, he's at worry that
I think went to check, right?
No, he bet like 40%.
After I checked. After I checked.
We only play 2 hands, man. Patient.
You
can't expect to win the first 2 hands, all right?
We got 3 buttons left.
I think the button was starting from here.
3 buttons
so
left.
Like,
4 buttons.
We had to play 3 hands so far. You only blind raising?
You blind raising.
And I didn't check that turn, I probably just jammed.
Unless they're good with it.
You know.
And it's
Can't
live.
jam after I check back the third.
Blind it is.
Out of third.
And I won't look till the turn.
I mean, you might get...
Ham coming in with a blind raise here. Do limit the number of straddles the first 4 hours of our 5-hour streams here. Try to protect the game a little bit. Ty's not going to protect it right now. He's got aces.
And we already have that technically first raise from Big Bear with the blind 80 on from Ham.
Yeah. So this is an interesting 4-bet pot already. 3 blind game, straddle on, blind raise to 80. Now Big Bear, 3-4 suited.
Make sure you know.
And I don't know if they're necessarily deep enough theory-wise, but doesn't really matter that much. I think a call with a hand like 3-4 suited is totally fine. It's doing better against a hand like aces than your ace-4, ace-5 sort of hand. So should be a fun flop.
King High Rainbow. Very loose connectivity for the 4-3. But yeah, as mentioned, it's perfectly fine in position. Peel it. And this is a Texas cash, so you can throw theory usually out the window.
And we're probably going to be playing a 2-street or 1-street game only at this point. Ty going 750. Way low SPR, so it's going to be a quick fold from Big Bear.
Yeah, and Ty is familiar with both Sumo and Big Bear. From my understanding, he invited both of them to play the stream. But I do like that. Typically, I'm pretty against kind of open folding, showing your cards. But with Big Bear new to a lot of these players, I like that he tabled that. Showing that he can mix it up and kind of get in there, raise things up with a suited 4-eye hand. A little bit of a image builder in the right way. And welcome to everybody in chat, by the way. This is Kyle Miller in booth, joined by Chris U, one of our regular commentators now and also stream regular.
Yeah, I was able to play on the 1-3 stream earlier this week. Had a good time with that group of guys. ATM and his brother joined us. Made it a really fun time for sure on the table.
Yeah.
I had a great time, even though I donated about $600-700 to the group, but all in a good day's work.
5 players to this flop, and it's king high. Big Bear connects for the best of it and bets it.
Looks like Vegas Viet is going to peel here with his pair of 7s, which is perfectly reasonable, of course. We've got so far pretty standard action and no changes whatsoever on the turn. Viet going to be drawing to one of the last 7s in the deck or a 10 to hit his 2 pair if he wants to win this board.
And we are 3-handed in the nit game. Viet, Ham, and HV each having a nit button still. So maybe why Viet's trying to defend this 10-7 a little bit more than usual.
Yeah, and because of the fact that there's 2 clubs on the board as well, followed by 2 diamonds with the backdoor flush draw beginning to come in on the turn, just makes it much more likely that Big Bear may be on a draw of some sort. So Viet feeling good about his pair of 7s, but I wonder if Big Bear can find the triple. He does not, and he will just take down the pot, happy to take his showdown value. It would have been a fun triple there because he might have actually gotten paid by Viet. Nothing really changed on the river other than another overcard showing up.
I did not believe you.
Why?
I don't know why.
Why not?
I don't know why. You flopped nothing, right?
He has trust issues.
Yeah, I do. Shit. Better than that.
Oh, here you go, man. Thank you so much.
Can't help myself.
And yet you're the only guy that just bounces back right before the stream ends. That number will be 6. It'll be 10,000 and be like up for it. And it's like somebody like myself will gift them right at the end.
Straddle on.
For sure.
And Sumo just calling up front. A suited Choctaw Nuts here, Jack Deuce.
Oh, it's a straddle, yeah.
Worse clubs, but way more connected for Ty on the button. He also just calling the straddle. Sailboats get in there. Slick Ric out of the small blind. Pretty good squeeze spot for Vegas Viet with the ace-10 and the big blind, plus net button. But ace-jack right behind, it's suited, it's going up. Price to go 1,000 now from Ham.
All right.
Quickly folds around and Ham removes the knit button. Makes it heads up now between Vegas Viet and HV.
Yeah, we're heads up in the nit game, and it's been only 1 orbit so far in this game, so really quick action. A lot of people taking down a couple of small-ish pots. Definitely going to drive action forward pretty quickly, and hopefully we can get some of those big stacks to start adding on and matching pretty soon here. Game as advertised 5, 10, 20, but almost certainly going to be 5, 10, 20, 40, and then 80 once the uncapped straddles arrive later at the end of the stream.
Cheapest. Cheapest out of the whole day.
That's pretty friendly, actually.
This actually the cheapest.
Yeah, what's great about this game too, this lineup, is this is a game that's likely going to go all night long. So we are starting streams earlier here at Champions. And we do stream 4 days out of the week, but this earlier start time that we've experimented with has been... We've got some good feedback on it. Players like it, and it does allow for them to go out and play on the floor for quite a while. Sometimes throughout the night, depending on who is stuck and game dynamics. Interesting hand developing here, though. 3-bet from Slick Ric, the suited Jack-9 on the button.
If you lose 2 in a row,
Ace wheel for Ty, it's suited.
huh?
Typically,
No, it'd just be 800.
solver wants you to be more aggressive versus passive with a hand like this. Good blocking properties.
And I think Ty's going to be, I mean, unless I'm mistaken about this situation, I think we're going to see a jam here. HV is, of course, one of the last 2 players heads up in the net game, so more incentivized to play aggressive. Ty's hand, of course, plays pretty well as a bluff in 4 or 5 bet pots, but never going to get a fold from HV, of course. We do see the 5 bet from Ty's hand. Thai often choosing to opt into that aggressive play. And I don't think HV put in the cold 4-bet just to fold. Definitely not going to be calling the 1700. It's either all in or fold right now.
He did it one time, but it was like pulling. Wow.
Going to be flipping enough of the time, I think, to get it in here.
Yeah, I heard it was mad.
Never fun to stick it in with the snowmen, but if there's ever an applicable situation, gonna have to be this one. Cut off versus button, two really aggressive players.
Oh my God.
Those being the initial raiser and the 3-better, that is.
Yeah, if anybody's going to be coming in light on a 5-bet, it's going to be Thai and or Slick Ric there.
But he does just get it through. Thai probably contemplating windmilling this one to the table, and he's going to show the 5.
I need black, he needs red.
HV knows it was a bad fold now.
I knew Thai got a what the?
Yeah, bad hand.
What here?
Okay.
It's a dirty dog.
That was not
Club.
Yeah, it's not
Alright, spade.
He's
Slick
professional at giving chips away. Oh, fucking nice.
That's what I'm good at.
Lost. Oh, man. I can always
Damn, where's that spade at? He got good instincts.
Because I know Rick was gonna.
Finn's loving it in chat, saying HV folded 8s pre on Monday as well. Married HV is a new HV. He's been joking about it, but maybe it's true. Maybe there's some merit to it. Oh, here we go. For Dan, 7-4 suited from the small blind, 3 bets to 500. Slick Ric opened things up for 125, ace-10 in the cutoff. Viet calls button with a button.
Now we're playing bunker?
Now no more
The shit just now?
And here we
Ric,
go.
He's willing to give action with a hand like the ace-10. Pretty good flop for Ric. All things considered, going to be hard to let go now. Obviously not the best board for his range given his opponent's aggressive 3-betting, but Ham just has air here. Unless Ham can pick up a pair or a heart on the turn, this hand is pretty much done and dusted.
Standard stuff so far, and Ham actually turns a pair.
Yeah, good for him. Probably going to give him the opportunity to check now. Has improved and has some showdown value, so you don't have to turn your hand into a Hail Mary bluff at this point. SPR below 1 for both players, so Ham going to wisely put in the check at this point. Still has a couple of outs, but no longer needing to blast at the board.
Yeah.
And Slick Ric checking back. Wow. What a river card. And then Ham just jams it.
See a little chuckle from Ric there. Kind of knows he's got himself into this situation by playing a hand like ace-10 offsuit pre-flop. Gonna be hard to feel good here. Your opponent's gonna be jamming all the better 2-pair combos if they don't think you have a queen. Obviously all queens will just be all in by the river. Even possible that Ham might play a set this way too.
Yeah, Ham as a 3-better.
Hard to think you're good here as Ric. You just have a stone bluff catcher, but I think Ric has played enough hands with Ham to know that Ham is capable of bluffing in this situation. I think we're going to see some Slick Ric chips hit the middle here in just a second. He'll take his time, drink some coffee. I'm saying like 70 call, 30 fold.
His mood is result oriented. Yeah, if he won, he's fine.
Oh, him. What about him?
I feel like he would have been more likely to call something like this on the turn rather than the river. But yeah. I do agree it's a uncomfortable but at the same time great bluff catcher, and he does get off of it. This is probably also going to get windmilled.
Ham's going to show that one for the whole table to see.
Wow. You better than that?
I think that's definitely the most successful 7-4 bluff we've ever seen on the stream, especially at these stakes.
Dang, that's for you, Dan.
Yeah, that's pretty strong.
I like the needle from Collin. Did you fold better than that?
They always fire away.
Wow. Wow. They came to play.
What would he have had to have there? I think specifically
9 high.
9 high, yeah. But then not even 9-8 because that would have straightened out. So
9 high.
Yeah, exactly. Something like 9-6 in a 3-bet pot.
Standard
Which
Texas
I mean,
action.
yeah. Slick Ric of all people could have it.
Right.
Queens now for Thai, the red variety, and suited Jack 10 for him. Thai's open to 125 and Big Bear in there again. Suited Gapper.
Collin actually choosing to just complete from the under the gun straddle rather than make the 3-bet against Thai.
I thought he had for sure.
A little bit of connectivity for everybody involved here. Collin with the backdoor ace high club draw, backdoor straight draw, Ham open-ended straight draw, Big Bear bottom pair as well, over pair for Thai. So everyone's got a little bit of something I could see continues from most players here. I think seeing the bet and call is going to get rid of both players left behind, so just heads up now and immediately drills it bottom end of the straight for Ham, and that's going to do it. Hand is just locked up right here right now. Board, of course, very connected, very wet for Thai. Clubs on board, any 6 makes a straight, Jack 10 makes a straight. I would say 10-6 makes a straight, but that's a bit redundant. But it is possible for him to have 10-6.
There's always a 5. Show the 5.
Set?
No,
Just in case I get.
Get a little respect. Interesting strategy.
And Thai is just a killer. He found the fold on the turn with the overpair of queens. Great work from him. Doesn't even bother to drag out pot any longer than it needs to be. That's a tough fold. I feel like in a live configuration, people would be willing to peel one more time. Board's super connected as it is, but Thai just knows. He's able to make hero calls with things like bottom pair, but also able to fold an over pair as well just as easily. Don't mess with this guy if you're on the table. I've tried and failed many times in tournaments, that's for sure.
$50. Everybody has 25.
Yeah, I think the best strategy is just not to sit with him.
Unless you are forced to. Then, you know, good luck. Pat the table, I guess.
Sell action.
Yeah. You give it yours first. Don't worry.
Yeah, one more.
Yeah. As long as you don't mind, take the net.
And I think graphics have not caught up yet. Vegas Viet has added on. I was about to make a comment about how Vegas Viet and HV, both shallow, maybe can get it in together for the nip button, but it looks like Viet has added on to the stack. I'm not sure if HV's done so just yet. We'll have to see when the camera pans over to him. And HV done the same. He has also added on as well, so going to be deeper for this iteration of the Nick game.
HV going for it here. 3 bets, 375. Ace 9 off on the button. open from the 7-4 cutoff. Ham doing ham things, and now Ty just calling from the straddle.
I can't wait to see how the tournament will go. The heads up warm for.
Yeah, new tournament structure.
That would be so dumb. When you see like
Yeah.
it's not technically POO though. Like it looks like.
Swing and a miss for both players. I believe Ham has already folded.
Yeah.
Just heads up between HV and Ty. Swing and a miss from all hands involved.
2 or 3 hand is warm for. That sounds dumb.
See a turn.
Quick fold.
I win. You want
And the knit game is over already, so Vegas Viet going to have to pay out the knit tax. I believe he's paying out, it looks like just 200 that I saw him flick out towards the table.
Yeah, so they might be doing the 400 knit tax, but him paying it out in 2 splash pots instead of 1.
Sure, yeah, I was going to say usually this group, at least from my recollection, was a 2-time sort of group, but maybe that's just for the bigger pots if they're playing the progressive knit game. Not positive about that either.
How do you feel about the progressive knit tax? I know that y'all played that on Monday, and it's kind of become more of a norm, I'd say, on stream here.
I like it. I mean, it basically ramps up the stakes. It makes the knit game, I guess, pressure increases as the night drags on and gets later and later on. So it's just another tool to drive action up. I don't really have a problem with it. I like progressive knit game and regular knit game, I think, more than squid, I guess, as far as like action driving incentives go. But again, that's always just personal preference. I'm all for most games that will usually bump up the action, and progressive knit game usually gets the blood pumping for a lot of players.
Yeah.
A couple players connecting here. Ace 10-8 rainbow, but 2 players, HV and Ty, have connected, made top pair.
Both players also with the backdoor nut flush draw on this board. Diamond or heart on the turn would definitely significantly change the action for these guys remaining. But if Ty's going to let go of the hand, I think that is just going to end it. No one else with anything to continue. Easy as you'd like for HV, taking it down. Looks like they did make him show for the knit game. Don't think we enforced that policy on Monday. I don't really mind showing or not showing for the splash pod. I think it's just important for the actual knit game itself.
That's how I say it goes.
There wasn't really a rule. You just wanted to show you.
Yeah, hopefully, you never know with this crew as well. Sometimes they'll just kind of trick people into it. And then sometimes it is actually the rule to show. See what they go with. See if the winner of this splash pot also is going to show down their hand or is forced to by being called.
And I would say the game has been fairly tame so far. We haven't seen anything crazy out of line. Ty has already made a move or two, but stacks are slowly but surely beginning to climb. HV and Slick Ric with over 5K in their stacks respectively.
I needed a king on that border.
Yeah, I know that the floor game yesterday got pretty out of hand. And there were some pretty big stacks, mainly Slick Ric's. It was apparently a 5-10 that he won 16,000 in.
Casual.
Yeah.
Gonna have some strong words for Slick Ric if he somehow doesn't have a winning trip after that. Gonna be hard.
I think it'll be good for the stream here tonight because he's more or less free rolling the players, playing with their money. 3-bet pot here. 775 from the suited ace queen. Out of position. Queen jack off, peels in position to the flop. 1800 in the middle. Factor in that extra 200 dead from the splash pot, and it's a paired flop. Ace high. Good for Ty.
Are you rat holding right now?
a bad situation when you need runner, perfect to win on a given flop.
Are you buying time?
This hand will be over pretty soon, gotta guess.
Yeah, less than pot behind for Sumo. In 18-15 in the middle.
You give him $1,000?
So yeah, understandable. Ty just jams it. Presence of 2 diamonds as well. Recognizes where SPR is. And takes it.
Not flush and the better aces.
Yeah, he literally had like.
And welcome to the game, Noor. Noor finally sitting down with us here. Going to be in our 7-seat tonight. He's been in our stream a couple of times as well.
Pair the board, yeah. That's a go up at $50 increment.
450 now?
Might as well give my 500. Yeah, 450. Yeah.
It says, I got half. Yeah. Half is mine.
Oh, congrats to Fens on
Turn.
a big Monday win. And yeah, Frederick asking, where's Outlaw? He is an alternate to the game.
Great hand gets better.
Noor taking his first hand of the night. Had to sit out, joining the game late there as they finished the heads-up Nick game in splash pots.
Some 3,400,000. I'm like, this.
Yeah, I mean,
That was a great troll, though. That was a great troll. Hey, can I make it 75? I want to petty. I love you.
Do whatever you want. What do you want to make it?
That's fine.
Big Bear. Ace King off. 475 to go.
you want to see a stretch flow.
Nit buttons obviously back out. It's going to be one of those nights. Perpetual Nick game as usual. And 8 for Ty in the small blind.
You flip.
At the same time. They're already chopped.
Going set mining here.
Like he got the better.
Puts in the call.
So he got the most payout. Because he was chip leader.
Yeah,
No, he wasn't. He was shortest.
He did. They gave
It's like 6 million, 4 million, and then
Don't think Ham knows it's on him yet. Yeah, there it is.
the third guy only had Sam Davy. He only had like 10 big left. The other 2 guys,
He thinking about it.
they got it in with aces and kings.
More chips on the felt for Sumo.
No,
Not playing that 1600 stack we were talking about.
Oh, that's huge.
Wow, both of them.
So he's in there. 3 players to the flop.
Hell yeah.
they got it in. They got it in.
Ace King. Top.
And he,
Yeah, no drama here whatsoever. Sumo with backdoor hopes and dreams, Ty with a underpair to the board, or third pair rather.
with aces.
Oh, I just jammed.
And then king the snap.
What? No, come on.
I got 50.
It's go low, king, low.
300.
Oh yeah, ace is obviously lost.
Hold on.
And he knocked the other guy out or no? No, he's still, yeah.
King to the set.
Step lead? He was step lead?
Yeah. Obviously he wins.
He didn't need all the binding action.
He had like 10 big blind.
He got 50.
He got like
Gonna fold, and Big Bear will have to show the ace and the king. He is the first player safe in the next iteration of the Nick game. Reading chat here, Frederick saying we'll need to identify which of these players is a nit to make way for the alternate. That's going to be tough. I don't think we've got any nits in this lineup here tonight, at least not in the traditional sense. Every player here willing to get after it, give action, and get action in return.
Yeah, we all got that.
And what's difficult too when you try to label a lineup like this with nits,
70 big.
easiest metric obviously going to be the VPIP chart, but I'm assuming that you're still going to see the lowest VPIP right around 30%, which is insane given the stakes and lineup.
No straddle.
This isn't the type of lineup or stream for that matter, really any of our streams where you can
He did it in blind rate.
get away with a bunch of passive play, a bunch of just
That's how lucky you are.
limp folds will eat you up. Even raise folds will completely shred your bank account here.
Yeah. Most streams here, almost every player has VPIP above 30%, I would say. It's common nowadays.
No way. Because that's on the tournament level here, so he used.
And it's about that time in the stream for Collin. Time to win the first flip to start the stream, hopefully. Collin just stuffs it with the sevens.
You're probably missing something. Yeah,
It was from 4 hands.
2 heads up.
That's like 22 hands. And 2 with Seth Davies. I was like, what the fuck?
Wow.
All that 10% action talk made him go ham.
Yeah, you got me going.
Yeah, he's like, it's free money. It's free money. Come on.
And they had the exact same stats. So it was like,
You
They
hustled
both
the
have
guy
the
out of
exact same
his
size.
tournament shit for
There was
70 bucks.
no way.
someone
Yeah.
else.
And Big Bear actually considering and taking this spot.
Yeah.
I'm guessing that Sumo's ace queen is going to be out there. Or not Big Bear, I'm sorry. It is Sumo with the ace queen, rather. So Sumo going to be taking the call, and we do just have one of those, I feel like, classic Collin flips to start off the stream. Historically, I think he's run pretty pure in these. Let's see how this one goes.
He has 7.
Yeah, and sometimes in those classic Collin flips, he doesn't even have a pair. But that is a set.
I folded. So.
We're going to need runner, diamonds, and it does not come. Easy come, easy go for Collin.
And it looks like 2 boards. First board obviously locked up for Collin. That will also remove the knit button for him. Holds so far in the second run out. Flop is good.
Oh, there you go.
Turn, though, in favor of
Chop it up.
Sumo.
We try to root for you.
Sorry, not.
This kid's too Ric.
Yeah, running ace is going to chop things up.
All right, so
And it might have our first look, yeah, at VPIP. Again, discount that 0% for Noor. He just took really his first 1 or 2 hands. Collin, 31% as the lowest so far. Multiple players above 50% VPIP and multiple players above 1300. HV, small 370 for him. Noor, break even, just getting into the game. About half the table stuck, half the table profitable so far, but it's super early.
not catching cards either.
Yeah, then,
Nah.
Then you
There ain't
still-
no way. There ain't no way you lose 3 in a row. You ain't catching
then you
cards.
still at least lose your sight.
Yeah.
You play the wrong time.
Yeah.
Yeah, so hard. That would be like impossible. We have to try. It's just time to go home.
Straddle on and a raise from Big Bear. Suited ace wheel.
You get stuck like 3 times.
125 to go.
Pay attention to the
Then
signs.
you can stay.
Are you big on the signs?
Folds around to the red 5s of ham in the big blind.
Are you superstitious?
No, well, a little bit.
Ace 8 suited for HV. He's in there. Ace 9 off now from the straddle. Cutting out chips. Looks like he wants to thin the field here. $750 the 3-bet.
Much?
Definitely thins the field. Gets rid of the other ace X's, which isn't that great news for Sumo's chances here.
But fortunately for Sumo, he does get a pretty favorable flop. King 10 high, a couple of clubs out there as well, holding that dry ace of clubs. Going to make it easy to fire and get ham to fold.
The hell? Wow. Had that beat.
Better than the ace 9.
A little bit better than that. A little better than that.
Yeah, I agree with Fins in the chat. I don't think Outlaw's getting a seat at this table. It's going to be hard to get anybody off of here unless they just get absolutely run over, I think, is the only way you can tell somebody to get out of this game. Going to need to see some big negative numbers before anyone considers abandoning ship on this lineup.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if Outlaw's out there watching and waiting for his seat, and then likely gonna just meet some of these guys out on the floor afterwards. Kings now for Big Bear. Opens for 150. Ham gets in there. Suited queen. We'll call that a multi-gapper. Queen 3. King's the overpair. A paired flop. Swing and a miss from the defense of the ace 3 in the third blind.
And Sumo really the only player with any live outs here. Ham is going to get frisky here, though, with the queen 3 and make the call. He's got backdoor clubs working in his favor. Running 3 is not going to do it. Running queens would, but now nothing will save Ham on this board except for maybe a well-timed bluff. Hearts do arrive on the turn, so the turn has changed quite significantly, and Ham actually going to take the lead here. Pretty creative and intelligent lead on this very dynamic turn with the hand just queen high. Obviously knows he's not going to be able to win this hand at Showdown other than by firing a bluff.
Are you in stack 9 that day? Oh wow, that's not bad. Yeah, you worked hard. Wow, that's not bad.
See if he barrels with that no equity bluff.
Queen high.
Goes check quickly on the river.
Yeah, it does give up on the barrel on the river, but definitely got the right sort of run out to give Black Kings at least some pause. Don't know if Big Bear is the type of player to fold Kings to the triple on the river, but definitely one of the runouts where it would be possible. But it's hard to tell, especially if Ham has not played with Big Bear before. I'm not sure if these two players have history, but if they do, then maybe Ham has a read and knows that Big Bear would not fold on that particular card.
You got Minnesota winning? Really?
Yeah.
What's the money line on there?
Jacks now for Collin. Seems like we've had a pretty favorable card distribution for the table so far. Quite a few pocket pairs. Not for Slick Ric though. 3 bets the suited king to 250.
Well, we have probably just the world's easiest 4-bet incoming here for Collin. Basically the entire world calling behind him, and you do not want to take jacks this many ways to a flop. And he just stuffs it in everybody else's face. Bad timing for the move from Slick. Cheap price gets everyone else to call, but not going to be calling Collin's 4-bet. Yeah, tell me this table has any nits at it when we got a 3-bet from King 4 suited and calls from 8-3 deuces and 6-3, you know?
And you still have a button? So you haven't win a hand since last minute.
I'm hot.
He did win a button. Half of a ball.
You dropped a no on him too. 2 drops.
Viet really giving it some thought. Who knows, both Slick and Collin are capable of being light here. And Collin can make some moves given that Slick Ric was the 3-better. But that time definitely had it. Wouldn't have minded getting some action.
Did I hit you? No.
10.
I think we like 3 all bet in and we have like 5 on in.
Not enough.
Aces?
Even though I didn't have the chance to play in it on Monday, you could already tell the difference between the usual dynamics of the stream with the game ending a good chunk earlier, there was also a nice floor game going on. I believe that was a 5-10 floor game that got started after the 1-3-6. So earlier start time definitely driving extra action in the room, which we love to see. Hopefully still a great start time for you viewers as well. Don't have to be up quite as late catching the stream.
Yeah.
Good.
Three good? I appreciate it.
Three right here.
Oh yeah.
No three.
Three right here.
3, I'm dead. I need an 8.
Deuces now for Ty. He opens 125. Gets some action behind, as mentioned, by just absolute premiums. 8-4 and a pair of 10-7 offs. 8-4 somehow, some way takes the lead. The bottom pair on the queen high flop. 4 ways. Yeah, pretty tight game, I'd say.
Usual nitty 1-2 Vegas game right here.
Yeah. Checks around and just a set of deuces and the check mark on the turn. Sumo thinking the deuce is as bricky as it gets on the turn, but leads out drawing dead.
All good stories starting that way, leading out while drawing dead.
Ty just calls and board gets super connected now. And finally, that front door flush comes in. Doesn't really feel like anybody has a flush as played. Passive flop action. Small blind leads out on the turn. Could easily be connected. Over the 6-5-4 deuce. But Ty looking for some extra value here with the set.
I want to know who. I want to know who that is. Yeah, still 4. I mean, if Ham keep 4 bet with
Sumo gets out of the way, thankfully. Considering it, given Ty's reputation, if anyone can have bluffs on that board, would be our 1 seat, but no bluff this time.
What a turn. You get owned then.
Like you had a 3 in your hand.
Yeah, same thing, you know.
Sort of
Yeah,
like a
pretty
3.
much.
Yeah.
Pretty much.
Kind of
Sort of like a
same
bluff.
thing.
Sort of like a 3.
Saw the game yesterday.
Yes. That was crazy.
They're up by 14 with less than 3 minutes. Never seen it done.
What'd they say it was? It was like
900.
900 to 0?
Yeah, 910.
940 to 0.
Wow. Less than 3 minutes.
40.
Up by 14, they blew it.
That's crazy.
And I got that.
That would have been a fun little sweat there, though. I bet. Run it twice, you know.
Suited king queen, first to act with straddle on. Slick Ric in for 125, and now deuces again, this time for Ham. 425. It's a 3-bet.
Come at the bounce one.
Sumo not liking to fold. He's in there. Suited 10-7 on the button. And this is inviting plenty of players in behind. Is that a just call from the ace king in the big blind? It is.
It is, wow.
Big Bear going to be super under-repped here.
That would have been the flop. That would have been it. I don't know, you got diamond.
This is going to invite the 4-bet from Slick Ric.
About 17 more. All right, 25, 3-to-1 odds that I win this hand. On the
Yeah, Slick just rips it. 5,300 and deuces snap.
What does ace king do here now? You can't feel good about that when you've seen the all-in and the call behind. That's tough news. This might be time to lay down ace king. I mean, I know it's an okay spot for it here, but they can't see the cards. We can.
Straddle is on, so the effective under the gun player just opens and 4-bet rips 5,300 in front of you. the covering stack.
You're 75 now? Kind of even out the odds?
Ham, the 3-better, snapped it off.
Okay, ready. Son of a bitch. He just gets there. Fuck, I'm sorry.
And Big Bear also announces all in.
Rick's not happy about this at all. He's shocked, actually, that he's gotten this much action. Knows that he's in pretty terrible shape. He's going to have the worst hand equity-wise going into this run-out. Deuce is actually a decent favorite to take down this pot.
That's a good point. Good point.
Starting off the night right with a $14,000 pot. Hand number 21 here.
Yeah, and true to form, this is going to just open the game really, really wide, as if it wasn't already. Can be good for plenty of more chips to hit the felt as the night progresses.
No shortage of action tonight, guaranteed.
Pretty even stacks for Big Bear and Slick Ric here, so they're going to have a pretty sizable side pot, and Ace King does connect. King Queen also gets there for second best. Broadway's straightening out now.
Definitely some outs now, but it is going to be the ace on the river. Big Bear with the full scoop of a $14,000 pot to kick the night off.
Yeah, and they're just going to make sure that Big Bear is the covering stack here. Again, he and Slick Ric pretty close there in stacks, but look at this Big Bear. 10,775 the winner so far. He's up big. Ham down the initial 3K buy-in. Slick Ric down 6,500.
The odds are terrible, but
He's gonna get super active. Ty, Collin, and HV also in the green.
Sometimes you're excited.
What a hand.
Now let's see what his 75 was.
Flats with Ace King.
Last time it
Gets the initial opener to jam King Queen. Deuces snap it off. And Big Bear relatively quickly comes in over the top just to make sure.
Although Ham's 75 should be more like
What a run out.
Currently 10,000 richer because of it. Our dealers obviously do an excellent job here at Champions, just making sure the pot is right before shipping it on over to Big Bear. Big stack, big $50 tip right there. This game is about to get off the rails, I'm almost certain. Let's see how much Slick has added back on for.
It's going to be sizable.
I see a lot of lovely yellow birds in there. Looks like Rick also has a 10K stack in front of him now. Casual.
what's wrong, Viet? Just drink a little more, bro. It's gonna be alright. It's gonna be alright.
Yeah.
Lovely array of chips in play tonight. Red 5s, green 25s, black 100s. On occasion, you may see a purple 500 hexagon chip or octagon chip. The $1,000 yellow birds, and then we will see the pink baby girl chips later tonight.
you want me on your team. I'm like,
Ace King now for Viet, first to act. Straddle stays on here. So it's going to be 5-10, 20-40 for the majority of the night. Nines for Big Bear. He can't take a hand off. It's in the small blind, just calling with the nines and
we're all moving to Vegas.
We all
see what happens behind.
Just go to his room and then play.
Slick Ric getting the world's absolute best price, so we're going to be going 6 ways to a flop here. Lots of nip buttons involved.
We all in Vegas, we all came back at the same time, and it's like a game like
Always flop lag, right?
Disconnected and low, but Big Bear's actually taking the lead in this pot with the pair of nines. Not a soul connecting here. Dry ace of clubs for Rick, but other than that, basically nothing.
No, I'm good.
And we've got the Sumo stab here for 400 on this connected, pretty wet, low board. Everybody else going to be getting out of the way. Big Bear, of course, doing nothing of the sort with his pair of 10s. or pair nines rather.
Oh, yeah, I saw that. And
Sumo has picked up some backdoor equity with a straight draw on the river. 5 would give him the gutter ball to the 8 high straight.
I was checking back 5 on the trying to see the river.
How's the weather doing?
Nice.
Is it snowy too?
don't go.
Further down maybe, but
No, and then Dr. Van Bat's so small on the third. No, he's not worried.
I go from vacation. I don't.
I'm saying no, he bet
Oh, really?
After I checked up.
And while Sumo is continuing with the aggression, it is just not going to get through Big Bear.
My hotel is like
Over pair to the board, feeling good. And how about top set on the river, making the gutter ball for Sumo, drilling one of the last 2 9s in the deck. Unreal river for Big Bear. Sumo's about to get paid.
So how's the poker get bad though?
Runner, perfect.
Lose $10,000.
Everyone is just like waiting for me.
Can be super disguised, and obviously
What game did
the overpair now top set. Whatever he puts in is going to get snapped, if not raised.
I feel like a terrible commentator now because I didn't even talk about the gutter ball to the 9 because 2 of them were accounted for. Snaps it off and drills the river. Just like that, $7,000 pot shipped to Sumo.
Leads out with 10-8 on the 7-4 deuce and backs into the nuts. So sick.
Yeah, Outlaw, I'm sorry. You're going to have to wait until next week to get into this game, I think. Maybe take the floor game after, but this stream is going to be locked up, I think. Action all across the board. More action coming soon. Champions Club hosting the Summer Poker Open starting on August 13th. $1 million guaranteed main event. We'll have more details about our side events coming soon, of course. Can't wait to see you guys there. My birthday is at the beginning of the series, so I will be donating some of that birthday money to the Houston poker scene.
How nice of you.
I know. Every time I come to Champions, I love just giving back to the community, you know? They've done so much for me, I might as well do some for them too.
A little philanthropy work.
Of course. No finer room in the state for big tournaments, of course. All of our major final tables usually live streamed as well. Hard to get that experience anywhere else. Come on down and play and stay at Champions Club.
Yeah, Champions, the only poker room in all of Texas with a hotel here on site, just down the hallway from this action that you're watching. Take an elevator on up to your room. Makes it super easy to come in from all over the country to play here.
That's why I like Japan, man. Everything is cheap.
7s for Noor.
And it's good.
See, one of the 7s hit the muck, but he's the only qualified player so far up against King 4 off in the straddle and the suited queen early position.
Outside in the country, probably nicer.
7s still best. Vegas Viet does hit the second pair. Hits his kicker and checks on over to Noor. He continues. 45 in the middle. Looks like he let out for 300, maybe 400.
It was 400, yep.
Yeah, pretty sizable. And gets a call in both spots. Ham, some backdoor equity, including that pair draw. Pair draw gets there for Ham.
Where's the nicest foreign casino you've been to?
I would say Jeju was nice.
Where's that?
Jeju,
Korea.
Korea. Yeah, in Korea. Like the island in Korea.
Yeah.
Looks like Ham just going to lead right out on the turn for a total of 900.
London, one in UK.
Annoying spot for Noor. You can see him kind of clicking his chips. Another overcard coming out is just going to have to make the fold. Viet knows his 4 is no good now.
one we play, the one try and one is in coach, so it's not the
I got
real
you.
customer.
I got you.
It's the convention standard.
I got it.
Standard float from the Queen 5, right?
Normal stuff.
Great game.
Viet not happy with that, but hard to complain when the game is this action.
Better location. Better location.
Got a potentially tilted Slick Ric in the 2-seat. We've got Big Stack, Big Bear. Big Stack now for Sumo as well, who is clearly willing to give action to this game.
Oh, really?
It was weird. It was just like weird games that they had, but I've never been to out of the country casino. You know, back then I did when I went, you know, for my honeymoon. But then as I got older, it was just like, eh.
We're gonna like you.
I liked it when I went a lot to Noor.
I want to go there next.
Yeah, it's next year.
Big Bear playing the heat, man.
They run another one in
Running hot.
probably not
Dealt black 10s.
next year. Next
Comes in for 450 over the 100 open from HV.
that is a free high roll.
More than 10K?
Ace Jack for him.
5K, right? The 25K they have.
Can be the only one to see the flop.
25.
Noor's holding those chips in a way that seems like they might be getting involved as well. We're going to be seeing three-way action with the 3-deuce suited ace, jack, and 10s. Fair fight. Black 10s, black ace, jack, red 3-deuce. And everybody with a tiny bit of something. Noor has connected with a pair backdoor flush draw, over pair for Big Bear. Ham, of course, with some of the infamous float equity as well. Backdoor straight draw, ace high as well.
1585. Call it 1600 in the middle.
And not cheap at all. $1,200 c-bet. Noor not deep enough to continue with this 3-deuce and continue with that backdoor equity. And Big Bear's already won a big pot, so he doesn't even have to show these 10s.
Wait, Slick, you never told me what Matt said. He was asking if you go to Vegas. Is that what Matt said you guys talked about? No, he was asking about the Champions. Oh, I see. You did tell me that.
What'd you say?
Matt leave.
Let me see River? Some accounting?
Yeah, I know.
Jesus Christ.
Wow. Wait till you lose and then we will.
375? Yep.
Red 9s for Sumo. Opens. First to act with the straddle on. He goes 375. Vegas Viet says all of it, please, with ace queen.
After the speech, too. And accounting.
With the speed too, yeah.
And the accounting.
And we haven't seen graphics update just yet. We're not even sure what Ham's holding, but Ham's giving this more than just some serious thought. He's calling. What does Sumo do now? He's got a dead call in between. He just lets them go. Drops the red 9s into the muck, and we've got probably a flip of some kind here. I'm looking at Viet's cards.
He said, oh my god. Worse ace, or I'm giving him 6s.
You want to chop right now?
3s.
Oh my god.
I'm guessing 3s.
What do you want to do? You want to go one? Like, alright, I need black. He needs red. He needs red.
Oh, dominated situation here.
Is that black ace jack I'm seeing
Or
up
sorry,
there?
no, it is ace queen.
Okay.
And this is a classic black or red on the flop.
Black.
It is black.
But
Running
it's-
spades.
Yeah, only Ham can win this pot now. Sorry about the fold from Noor. What a disaster. Or not Noor, Sumo. Would have flopped both of them stone dead with the top set of nines. Top boat, actually. Yeah, hate to see it. Hate to make the hero fold pre and just see the absolute stones on the flop.
He did pretty good with that 10-8 though.
I
So,
agree.
doing well so far.
Oh, yeah.
I know.
But yeah, I think that's probably what he's telling the table now. That was me on the flop.
All right, Kyle, we've gotten to feel out the table just a little bit. We've seen them play for about an hour now, give or take. What do we think the biggest pot we're seeing tonight on stream is? I'm sure off stream the answer will be even bigger, but on stream, what do we get?
We've already had a $14,000 pot.
Yeah. It's going to be bigger than that, right?
Yeah, we've got a couple stacks right around that 10K mark. So,
You don't give a lot of
I would say that it's got to be at least 20.
I hope so. That would be sick.
I would say 20 plus or minus 1,500.
Yeah. Casual 19K pot coming right up for the viewers, for the stream.
All Broadway on the flop here, 2 hearts. Pretty well connected for the ace queen and the ace 10.
Yeah, lots of fun possibilities here for a bunch of different hands. Ace queen, ace 10, 2 hearts available for HV.
with the king heart.
Yeah?
Yeah. Oh. Couldn't ask for a better flop.
Yeah, HV gonna peel with the hearts here, knows that that's probably good. Everybody else probably has some kind of connectivity to this high Broadway-ish flop. Now even more outs to go with it for HV. Picking up the 9, at least in his mind, it might be possible. Of course, we know that will not matter. Queen of Hearts in Sumo's hand will give him Broadway if a 10 is to peel off.
Plus 7.5. Whoa.
And Sumo rifling out another pretty big bet here. A bit of a frustrating night for Noor. Has kind of connected with a lot of boards, but not in a significant enough way. Noor with the top pair, but really nothing else to go along with it. Dry gutter ball. Doesn't even feel that good in this situation either. And HV no longer getting the price to continue will also fold his combo draw.
Can you cover my foot?
Yeah,
And looks like 6 of hearts was rabbit hunted. HV would have flushed out, but folds it. Can't chase them all down.
Nice.
Have some guesses in the chat. Noah saying biggest pot of the night, 30K. DG going Price is Right with that one. Takes just under that for 29,000.
Yeah, if you want.
To be determined. Stick around.
It's gonna have to be a pretty sick one, I think, to get a pot that big. Like I think we're gonna see some big pots just with some silly all-in pre-flop shenanigans that are gonna get close to 10, 12K. But I think to get a true like $25,000 plus monster, we're gonna have to either see a classic cooler or one of those sneaky situations, set versus straight or something of that sort.
How much? Is that
Yeah, my guess with the 20 or so is basically just implying that some of these stacks right around the 10K mark, Big Bear and Slick Ric, others might join them around that. We already see Sumo getting north of 8,000. So if a combo of those players stack off, sure, we can easily see 20 or more in the pot, or even multi-way have north of that, but stars won't always align for that. And then if we have Slick Ric versus Thai stack off, we still get north of 15, but south of the 20 mark.
That's got to be like the superstar clash that everyone's looking forward to tonight, like a big one between Slick Ric and Viet, or Slick Ric and Thai, that sort of combination. Of course, you know that Ham will always be involved in multiple big pots over the course of the night too.
Yeah. Nothing to mix it up. Yeah.
They got Earth out. Right? He got Earth out.
Yeah.
Got one of these classic moves being pulled here from Vegas Viet. Vegas holding the key card in the 7 of hearts is going to turn his 6 into a semi-bluff. Bump it up to 800, try and get some worse hands to fold, like ace high, that sort of thing, but he's going to get called by Thai's top pair of 10s. Backdoor spades do drill on the river, and most importantly, it's going to be top 2 for Thai. Definitely going to be harder for him to fold now, if at all, really. And Thai's actually just going to take the lead on this river, improving to top 2. Doesn't give Vegas Viet a chance to bluff at it. Thai with the little chuckle, knowing that he ran into a bluff.
You try. Man, I was trying to do it. Adam was just do it.
That's your cup? No, that's not my cup. That's not my cup. That's my cup. I don't have anything.
And a reminder, end of month, we have a 400 buy-in, 100K single day, 30-minute levels, some monster stack, 50K starting stack, huge value. And usually anytime we do those single day monster stacks, it brings out the whole city. Can easily expect to 1.5 or 2x those guarantees. So I don't know, you can probably pretty easily expect anywhere from 40 to 70,000 to first once the prize pool is just absolutely smashed. 100K pretty easy to generate. We used to do 50Ks pretty regular, but each and every time we did a 50K, somehow end up over 100K in the prize pool, so why not increase the guarantee? Plenty of play with 30-minute levels here. Great structure and staff here at Champions. Brings in tournament players from all over.
Yeah, one point.
Yeah.
Time to get rid of that button. You ready, bro? 6 now. We went from 4 to 6. Can't get anybody out of a hand today.
So had a dealer change there. Players getting the pre-tip done and then anteed up for Pkwy double board bomb pot. Pretty customary here in Texas to every dealer change. Deal out 4 cards instead of 2, and not 1 run out, but 2. Gotta love the Pkwy double board bomb pot. Pretty degen stuff, and with stacks like this, it can get pretty interesting.
I can't wait to see how the tour is going to go. The heads up bomb.
I think the most interesting
So dumb. Like you see, like
bomb pot I've seen on stream here was from one of our bigger games, and it was quads over quads. Boat over boat turned into quads over quads for a massive, massive pot. So 4 cards out to each player. Must play 2 whole cards and 3 community cards from each board. 2 hearts on one board, 2 diamonds on the other. And it's a top set for Noor. Plus a nut flush draw on bottom. He's loving this one. He's hoping to get all the chips in with somebody or multiple people here.
You had every true player.
King high diamond draw.
Everything.
And gut shot wheel draw for Big Bear. He calls the 400 lead from Noor.
$450, right?
He wasn't bad, too.
You want to be drawing at both boards. Don't love it if you only have coverage on one board. Ham with queen high diamonds and open-ended on the bottom board. Bottom board pairs as hearts come in. That doesn't quite fill up Vegas Viet, but he turns the straight flush. 8-6 of hearts. So Noor thinking good here, maybe, part of the time. Somebody might have bowed it. Or maybe somebody even has the straight flush now. Nice hand, Viet. That's good, though, for Noor to at least have a lock so far on the other, or you would hope. Instead, it's Ham that has drilled the wheel. 3-5, the deuce turn. You can see how bloody and miserable double board bomb pot can be here. Wow, Ham just rips it in.
I feel like I'm trying, though. I am trying.
About to have a massive pot here. Viet's about to try and slow roll somebody.
Bye!
I got 3-5 there. I got the nut on the bottom, on the top. And I had to open it. Can you drop? Yeah, straight flush? He's right.
Noor somehow flopping the world and gets nothing back. It's going to get chopped up between Ham's wheel, the 5-high straight on top, and the straight flush on bottom. What a run. So sick. Nearly 11,000 getting chopped up here. Gio gonna take care of that while we look at the numbers here. Big Bear up 8,500, 3,600 for Ty, 3,100 for Sumo. Collin barely in the green relative to those numbers, but still plenty of time for him and others to change that up. HV down 660, Ham down 2,300, Noor 2,700. 3,500 for Viet, and Slick Ric down over 6,000.
We don't have to play the game again. You want to do squid game one time?
You sent me Gio.
I can sell it to you.
Are you back home right now?
I'm giving him 4.
He said I don't loan shit. I'll sell you. All right.
Are you buying time?
Yeah, 4,000 in town. Can I go do 4,000 in town?
Get that back.
Did you give him $1,000 chip?
Yeah.
Kind of wanted, but it's cool. You can have it.
Oh, you don't need it.
Back to the 2-card action now. And the Nick game will continue. Obviously with the game format change, no nip buttons removed during the bomb pot at dealer change.
Ace queen. Pair the board, yeah. That sucks.
Oh my god.
25.
Not the show.
Good hand, Noor. Go ahead and sell that back. Just fucking gets there on the turn. Both of it. Did you flop a straight though? No? Okay.
Yeah, flop straight.
You flopped the low end of the straight, right?
Turn the straight floor.
Great hand gets better.
Yeah.
Didn't somebody say I want to see a straight flush?
He did.
Somebody
He
said
did
that, right?
say that. He said that.
That's so sick, bro.
Yeah, I mean, we had it sick.
Somebody died.
Can I make it 75?
Oh, cheesy.
That's fine. King Jack.
He just said he won his game. No,
Hey, I want to see. I mean, it's a.
HV with a 3-bet out of the small blind, 3 1/4. The king jack off. This one folded around to Ham's button. He opens for 80. Noor reloading for 4,000 here. Puts in the call with king 9 out of the 3rd blind, and
3 million, right? The third guy only have maybe he only have 10 big plus. The other 2 guys have 70 big. You got it in with ace when you go to heads up. In 3 hands, if they go against both of them. No, 6 million is not the payout.
Oh, payout.
Yeah, with 6 million, 4 million, and 3 million.
Wow, both of them. Top 1,000.
Yeah, both of them have 70 big. They got it in pre-flop with aces with kings.
Wow.
It was open 2 big blinds. 3 bet 5.5 blind.
Yeah, and then the guy shot.
Jam 70 call.
The guy just game with aces. At least you don't lose. It's a jam 70 big. With aces. and then king just snap.
Oh, shit.
It's go low, king, low.
Oh, yeah, ace is obviously lost.
so a bit of a
And he knocked the other guy out or no?
Good
So he's still, yeah.
king
So
the set.
tip lead? He was tip lead?
Yeah.
action flop.
Step baby.
Noor with top pair, good kicker.
You got a million and a half pay jump.
Yeah.
Just from sitting there on the table with aces and king.
Gut shot with the flush draw for Big Bear, and it was open-ended for Ham. Both Ham and Big Bear now straighten out, but Big Bear making his flush as well.
Whatever you want.
Queen high. 2,200 in the middle. See what sizing he comes with here. Already the big winner for the night.
He doesn't do slow plays. He's 4-bet slow. It was like 70 big. 70 big blind. If a 9 comes, you made a split.
It's just under half pot here.
Yeah.
1,000 into 2,200, and Ham the low end of the straight.
The only
Clicks call.
The flush?
If a 9 comes, yeah, you win.
Rich getting richer.
I had the low straight. You gotta be.
Yeah, I told that. That's why it was.
Looks like it was just 800, not 1,000.
Wow.
The river bet.
Wow.
Another nice pot there for Big Bear. Now 13,000, nearly 100 in front of him.
That was like the first hand, 3 hands. So the fourth guy just missed the first hand, 3 hands. Wow.
Yeah.
There was no way.
Oh, yeah, fuck.
I thought you were gonna be ahead, so like, you know. I just didn't want to say it, you know. I was watching it on replay time.
Nice hand.
All the hands, and as I was going through it, I thought I missed it because it's like,
Yeah, because you're probably missing something. Yeah,
It was four hands.
two heads up.
Heads up and like two hands. And it was 70 80s. I was like, what the fuck?
Wow. Yeah, why not? The best scenario when you join the two guys battling it.
And they had the exact same stack. So
Yeah, they both have the exact same stack. Like,
Can I get change for that?
no way.
someone always does.
Do it. Yeah, 500.
Double counts on him. Pretty sure.
Feels right.
Okay, we'll go with that.
Yeah.
140.
Good enough for me.
Raise 140. 894. 140.
Every time I raise it, minimum 5 lower.
3 calls.
I folded. I folded too. Respect.
Thank you. Thank you.
Very grateful. I thought you were really, really strong this time.
4 calls. 5 calls.
You said what is that?
Bets to 3 to 1. Board of you. 3 7 4
Check.
4 check. 7 check. Check first. Four check. 7 check.
Ace high, good.
Yeah.
It's
Ace high is always going to love a double paired board. Not always going to be good on it, but this time it is.
I think even if Big Bear puts in the big bluff, he's going to get called down. So small bet, I think, definitely not going to get it done.
Late game is over.
That's the scary thing about playing against a player with tie. Lays down over pairs and calls with ace high and is right both times.
One hand back.
I mean, hands for value.
God.
Yeah, even with Ty calling it off, tables first, knowing he's more than likely good there.
And unless I've missed something, we're still on the second iteration of the Nick game. So this second one taking way longer now this time. And I don't think it's for lack of trying from some of these players. Of course, even though Viet getting half of that bomb pots do not count towards the Nick game in any circumstance. I think that'd be pretty silly, but...
Yeah, game format change. Nah.
I got to get your thoughts because it's contentious among a bunch of Hold'em grinders. Are you a big PLO bomb pot guy or a never bomb pot guy? What's your opinion?
I am a bomb pot guy for sure, but I'm also a little bit more than a Hold'em grinder.
Yeah, you play PLO, right?
I play PLO, I play mixed games, so I'm perfectly fine with 4 or more cards being dealt to me.
Yeah, for me, I am a Hold'em player. I'll occasionally play Omaha games if the PLO games, or rather the Hold'em games, don't look very good. But
Yeah.
I feel like there's just so much nasty edge you can get in bomb pots in these games because you'll have people just calling you off with third nut draws on multiple turns and rivers. It's pretty fun.
Yeah. It should be easy to fold, and that's kind of how I play it. It's more of like, I'm going to look at both boards first, both flops, and then kind of say I'm only going to continue if I have certain combination of hands. So while I understand the majority of the population calls it bingo, and it certainly is played as bingo by the majority of the population, there's definitely some strategy involved. This hand, though, 7's still good. Paired flop. 2 clubs. The dry ace of clubs belongs to Ham, and he's reaching for chips.
And still a bit sketchy, though, for the 7s. Lots of overcards potentially able to show up and ruin his day. But if Ty makes the call here, that is going to clear out Vegas Viet, and it will be a heads-up pot between 7s and ace-4. Big favorite for the 7s. Another over introduced, but really doesn't change all that much on this board texture, to be honest with you. Already losing to any 10. 9x isn't necessarily bluffing unless it's hands like 8-9 suited. And double paired board on the end here. Okay run out for 7s, all things considered. Definitely not the best, losing to any 10, 6, or 9. And I could absolutely see Ham having made this stab with a 6.
And now making the call with ace high. Not good this time though, and Ty with a little bit of a blocker there on the end gets the extra value as well.
Yeah, stone max value too. Ty's hand beats nothing that can.
Fins also agrees and shoves the bomb pots. Now I will say my caveat to all of that. I am not a fan of no limit hold'em bomb pots.
Oh, these are trash. Not a fan of that at all. No limit pots are gross. I was at a table where someone asked, like, you want to play a bomb pot, like hold'em, and I was like, no, of course not. That sounds terrible.
Like the bluffing ends of it is amazing if it's done as double board. I've seen single and double board done for hold'em bomb pots, but so like credit to that can run bluffs, that do run bluffs in that game, but it's just an game to me. I don't want to ante up for a hold'em bomb pot. All those out.
Because you can just watch, we'll just like rip it in for a 3 pot just because they have bottom 2 pairs. Good, right? It's just a bit of a silly game. Play your spot limit in effect. HV opening up the 6s and the 7s, who will 3 next to act, and Ty waking up with a big Broadway combo actually lets it go. Interesting. Might want to take note of that moving forward. I think in a different lineup we did see Ty 4-bet that hand much all day there, but maybe not liking that the action come from HV and Sumo in particular. HV also not that deep, maybe leading to his decision at this point.
One over to the pocket pairs and some connectivity obviously to the 5-4 for both players. The lone club belonging to HV.
Yeah, set for either player would mean an open-ended straight draw for the other. Problem here for HV though is that he just is going to have a really tough time evaluating a lot of turns and rivers, making the call thinking he could be good now, but lots of turn cards are going to change that fact, and that isn't one of them actually. It's probably one of the only good turn cards that you could probably ask for. Board pairing king, much less likely that your opponent has one. Unfortunately for HV, he's still out-pipped, and Sumo just going to take the showdown value. HV got to think he's good, but just pipped a little bit by those 7s.
Both players perfectly content getting to showdown there.
I think HV's decision probably partially influenced by the fact that he's still holding on to one of those nip buttons. Maybe less likely to call on a flop like that, even though he does have some backdoor equity if he is both deeper and also has less incentive to play that pot. But he is strongly incentivized to try and take this pot down soon, otherwise he's going to be anteing up a $450 nit tax. I believe they're incrementing by 50 every hand in this game, or every round of the nit game, or it could be by 100, not sure. Either one would make sense to me.
Wait, that's a splash pot, right? Oh, wait. What? No, not that one. No. We did one, I think, right?
8-3 standard blind open for Ham. Might have been blind, might have not. Always hard to tell with Ham.
Slick really not had very many hands to work with tonight. He's been pretty card dead through the first 33. More than 3 full orbits of this game, and he's had basically nothing to work with. Got a feel for him. Hopefully that turns around tonight. I know the moment it does, he's going to turn on the afterburners.
Ace high flop here for everybody and nobody at the same time.
Board very static right now, especially with the board pairing 7. Of course, there are 2 flush draws available, but no real straight draws possible at this moment.
Checks around again, and now a counterfeit river for the 3s.
Jack high is going to be good, which is pretty funny. Going to take down the pot with Jack high, the nuts.
Oh yeah.
This is when the table jokingly tells you to bet your own hand.
I need an 8. Go ahead and pass them out. That's funny.
Wow.
Okay, where is this, right?
Yeah, sure.
No.
Oh. Oh?
Yo, just let him show it. He's not getting real.
It was a bluff again.
Let him show it.
No way you blow it.
What? I didn't have yeah. I don't think I'm good. No way.
Alright.
I got pocket 4 in this baby.
Suited 9-8, first in here for 40. Just calling the straddle.
Oh, please, yes, we need a tell him 30 minutes, please.
Big Bear suited 10-4 in the cutoff, raises to 125, and now Collin, also been pretty card dead, takes his opportunity here with the suited gapper on the button. 3 bets to 400. Ham coming in big, suited Jack 10, the straddle, 1500 to go now.
Yeah, Collin also been pretty quiet tonight since that initial double up, has just not really had anything to work with, and it looks like a 4 just got exposed.
Yeah, 4 of diamonds.
Which is actually going to probably influence Collin's decision a little bit. Less low cards out there, less likely that he can get lucky, bank a straight.
Yeah, Big Bear easily could have had 7-4 there, for instance.
Makes sense.
7-4, 4-5, 6-4, you name it. Bad card for Collin to see.
Give him a ham. Wow.
Yeah, still 4. When you palm with 4 bet with Jack 10.
He was ahead.
4 players in the net game remain. Slick Ric, Viet, HV, and Noor.
He doesn't know.
Good reason.
You get owned then.
All of these players also looking to get unstuck.
Yeah, not very many winners tonight. It's kind of all being hoarded a bit right now. Big
Yeah.
Bear winning, I believe Vegas Viet also with a slight win. Sumo winning as well, but at least half the table stuck in a pretty decent way here so far tonight.
Forget it.
7-4 has to get in there as the famous stream hand. It's also cheap to get in, so pretty easy to find a squeeze, but no squeeze. Option checks, and everybody's sharing.
All of the cards, all the 8s are accounted for, most of the 7s, most of the 9s.
I'm guessing Broadway flop.
Yeah, ace, king, queen one time. And somehow low enough, 6-4, it hits the board.
Yeah, only 1 big, 2 little.
Yeah, open-ended draw here for Vegas Viet. Middle pair for Noor, who does elect to lead out for the 200. And Slick holding the stream hand, also going to be in there.
On the run out.
I had to bite him.
Basically,
Oh, you want to keep playing and playing?
Yeah, it was like 8 o'clock in the morning, man.
75 to 4, bro. I got a pair.
Take your money.
You're 75 to my quarter. I was like, how do you have money left?
Y'all are playing heads up or what?
Who's on the
A bet of 200 thins the field down. 3 players into the turn. 840 in the middle, and yeah.
Somehow another 6 hits the board, and Noor in great shape now. No cards left in the deck that can save Slick Ric. Only Vegas Viet drawing live with that open-ended straight draw.
Okay, ready.
Wow. No.
And it looks like Slick is going to pick a bad time to make a move here. Low card pairing should, in theory, be a bit better for Ric's range. Those low to medium pairs definitely going to be held by the blinds more often. Noor's most likely hand that he would have bet out on the flop with is a jack, so Ric trying to take advantage of that, but no jack this time, unfortunately. Noor just has the goods.
We didn't think this through.
I think Noor's going to fast play this.
Yeah, he's looking for a raise, and that's just going to be bad news for Ric. I think he's going to be able to abandon ship, but it's a pretty small raise. He just clicks him. Goes from 4 to 8 now. Ric's getting maybe the best price in the world, but gotta know that his hand's not good, or even close to it at this point. Ric's probably having a hard time putting Noor on any kind of hand, given the positions, Noor being in the early position limp.
Like 7 a.m. You wake up your partner in bed. There you go.
Ric contemplating if he can get a jack to fold, but that's just not the case this time. And you could argue that you could get a jack to fold if you stuff it here, but Noor in possession of a holding he will never be getting rid of.
Nice bet, nice bet. I suckered into a bet, and then I was, you know?
You did.
Bricks out, and it's gonna go check jam here. Ric going to be contemplating another hero call, but I think if he just takes a little bit of extra time here, going to be able to put the story together. Noor leading out on the flop multi-way, going to at least have a piece of this board. Really hard to be doing that with just a draw. Ric leads out on the turn and gets raised despite the board being paired, better for his range, and then Noor happy to just stick the rest of it in on the river. Gotta think that Noor has at least some kind of jack holding in his hand. Maybe the only hand he could be bluffing here, at least I would think, if I was in this situation, would be a hand like 7-5 suited, and Ric removes that, right? So, not all hero calls are made equal. I think this is one of those situations where we may just have to nod and let it go, and that is the decision Ric makes, and it's a good one.
And he has a 6, bro. This is insane.
Hoping you don't have anything.
Insult to injury there.
Slick gets to see the 6 because of the Nick game, and Slick remains in the Nick game now with Viet and HV. Yeah, I think that lead on the turn by Slick actually saves him quite a bit. He's thinking he has a lot more 6x in range, so I was about to say before he let out that it's a type of board, type of turn card that could easily cost him or even Viet at that point a lot of money. They could easily find check raises there more often than not, and when raised, yeah, Slick Ric can call percentage of the time as he did, but wisely gives up on that river.
Yeah, poker's not all glam and glitz, so you do have to make those maybe frustrating decisions very late into the Nick game. Want to make the hero call, keep your opponents honest, but just putting the story together, it really is hard for Noor to have a bluff there.
We all in Vegas, we all came back at the same time. We're going to make a game back here at the same time.
Pocket pair for Collin. Everybody's passive in front. No 40 straddle on. They're just limping in here. And he makes it 150 to go.
Another coffee?
Suited to ace 6 under the gun.
Thank you.
Limp calls, and so does the suited queen 6 behind. 3 players. Three's currently in the lead, but pretty much a flip.
It's possible. You can win a hand.
Equity-wise, pretty even between all players. Queen 6 gets there.
When it's like 3 or 4 hands,
Sneak attack, you know.
everyone knows.
Checks around pretty quickly.
Now we all know. How long are we in Switzerland?
Collin's actually the only player who has a spade in this hand, so maybe with a steal opportunity here if he gets a favorable run out. Big Bear, of course, with the pair and straight draw going to lead. Collin doing a quick spade check. Not likely to continue, so it should just be Big Bear's pot, but Collin is the only one with extra equity against that hand.
I went to Zurich. And then
Oh, really?
like 2 years ago.
Sumo also having the same gutter ball to the 8 available as well. Only an ace to scoop. And he's actually going to raise pretty quickly. Interesting.
I
So what? How was the poker game?
Bro, it was so bad. I lost all the cards I bring with me. I have like 10,000 euro. I lost all the cards I bring
So
with me.
how is the poker game bad though? So it's gotta be good, right? If you lose $10,000.
Everyone was like waiting for me to punt, so I was punting everything.
Well, what game did they have? Only 1-3.
It was 5-10 and then
Oh,
they
dang,
came
they
in.
had 5-10.
Board pairing 9, and we see a blocker bet from Sumo. Goes about 500 here. Just making it a much too cheap a price, I think. There's really no way Big Bear's going to be folding a queen for that bet size, so Big Bear going to wisely make that call and take down a nice little pot.
This is a record pretty high.
Oh, record high too.
For Zurich?
Look at the numbers here. Not a passive table, nor really the only passive one pre-flop. Everybody raising when entering pretty frequently there, and there's only 3 winners: Sumo, Thai, and Big Bear. Everybody else in the hole: 2,700 for Sumo, 6,100 for Thai, 10.6 for Big Bear, and Slick is down the most, stuck about 7.8 right now.
I'm excited. So.
How cold is it over there right now, dude? You know?
No, it's good weather over there.
We did the whole Aero trip, so we did like,
60,
we did
70,
like
yeah.
3-4 different cities.
Gotcha.
So, yeah.
I'm excited to hear what you have to say.
Zurich is nice with like the you know I get the outside the walking trail.
Right.
Free.
Question.
Yeah.
I had 1 pair, but the city is similar to maybe 9. Way more expensive.
Yeah, I bet.
Our first like $35.
The food any good? Not Zillow anymore?
Our first.
Oh wow. Oh yeah, I heard everything's expensive
Yeah,
over there.
it's
Oh my gosh, $35?
For what?
For
35
35, so that's like $40
like
over here.
40 something.
Oh,
And they were like
wow.
3 years ago.
What?
This was like 3 years ago. Right out of this hand.
Every night you're spending $200-300.
Easy, like easily.
No, after that.
And we
They say it's expensive over
and
there.
we
I
only
didn't think it
eating
was like
and
that.
we only eating like Vietnamese food.
Right.
That's why I like
Right now,
eating
That's why I like Japan.
we're waiting for him.
Pot brewing,
And it's good, exactly.
especially with the just call here from the ace queen. Super under-repped. 3 better. The jack 7 in position. Clubs are covered.
Yeah, thanks. 2 days there.
Ace queen gets there. So does jack 7, just in a worse way.
I only say Zurich, so I don't know anything.
Again, Collin under-repped and continuing to under-rep. Knows that he can rely on Slick Ric to c-bet the ace jack 8 flop. So does he come in for it now or continue to tell the story? Continues to under-rep. Front door diamonds come in.
See no nice inside?
It's okay. It's kind of like tiny.
Oh, it's just small.
Where's the
Slick checks it back.
Say,
Macau?
they do at night.
Where's that?
They do Korea. Korea. Yeah, in Korea.
Now, Collin might be worried about another check back here,
Say they do at night. It's
but invites Slick Ric to bet again. And they'll just take the showdown here. Ace Queen, good enough.
Kind of good.
Yeah. And,
Kind of dirty.
Yeah.
Run
and
down.
The one we play, the one try to run is in the hotel, so it's not
I got
real
you.
casino.
I got you.
Just a convention center.
I got it. You been to Macau before?
No.
No?
Never. Yeah, I want to go there.
Like 40.
I would say Barcelona is one of the better ones.
Better
Better
night casino?
location.
Yeah.
Better location.
You been to Australia?
No, I never
No?
been to Australia.
I've never been to a foreign casino.
Never been to a foreign casino.
Like foreign, like
Wow,
I went to
really?
Amsterdam and there wasn't really a casino.
Oh, really?
It was weird. It was just like
Really?
weird games that they had, but I've never been to out of the country casino.
Yeah, do you like Amsterdam?
You know, back then I did when I went. You know,
Folds around to Ham's
when I was
button.
older, it was like, ah.
King 10 off. Opens to 175.
I want to go there next.
Yeah, you too. Thank you. I'm around for your planning.
Sumo. Been pretty active all night. Gotta love the action. He's had some pretty creative lines as well.
I mean, the high roll is even bigger than WSOP.
Tripled it off with 10-8, but ended up getting there on that 7-4-2 board.
5K, right? The 5K they have almost 401.
And now 4 players to the all heart flop.
The one in Daegu,
Sumo open-ended.
it's bigger than WSOP.
Best heart belongs to Big Bear. And top pair leads out.
If I'm reading the board correctly, Ham is drawing to runner straight flush, I think, with that equity. Pretty tough to win.
Well, he's out of the way. But all the other 3 players will see the turn card here. Board pairing 6 on the low end. Likely to just check around now. Opportunity for Big Bear to try to bluff a little early.
Yeah, Big Bear hasn't gotten too out of line tonight bluff-wise. Is going to start telling a story of a flush with the key card Jack of Hearts in his hand.
Noor seemingly disinterested. Reaching back for that. Is that a parfait? Is that yogurt? Is that ice cream? I'm not
I
sure.
think it's a parfait. He just shows it and folds it. Wow.
Better than showing and raising. But yeah, interesting. And Big Bear now tables the bluff there.
I think he tables half the bluff, actually. Only shows 1 card.
Oh yeah.
Jack of Hearts.
Key card and key position. Steals on the turn when checked to. Nick game continues. It was a pretty quick first round of the Nick game, but this second round has felt perpetual.
It's been pretty brutal for Rick for most of the night here on this stream. He really just hasn't had any cards to work with. Like one hand, I think, with a reasonable card distribution, and that was the King Queen suited, goes for what would normally be a pretty good squeeze, and then just gets snapped off by deuces, and also happens to run into Ace King.
Yeah, the under-repped Ace King from Big Bear that induced that squeeze. And sick part about it was Slick Ric would have been good if it truly ISO'd to Ham's pocket pair, but did not. So Slick Ric stuck a little over 8,000 now at this point.
Although I think
Ham building this one up with Vegas Viet. 3s versus Ace King in position. Just under 900 in the middle.
Importantly, Viet with a chance to end this Nick game for himself. He's been stuck here for quite some time now.
Whoa.
That's going to be tough.
It's a lot of aces.
A 3 would still do the trick.
Yeah, more looking thing.
100 into 875. Viet looking for a red 3.
So Portugal can get the whole thing.
Might even just continue to call down. Could be up against plenty of pairs off the board. It seems so milky with Ham going so small.
And that's just because it is. He's giving him the price because he knows he's got this board all but locked up.
It might even induce here.
I can break the 5 for you.
No, just a call.
You're black and green.
Gets change made. And counterfeit river for the 3s. He's now playing the board. Ace is full for him.
He can break the 5 if you know.
You want to broke it now?
No.
You sure?
Viet hasn't really put in enough to justify Viet planning any sort of check raise, and Ham steals it out from underneath him anyways.
Yeah.
Puts the rest in.
Viet just laughing because he's not even allowed to bluff at this pot.
Yeah.
I don't have the ace. Why you milk me? Just bet a lot on the flop. God, man. You're a good fisherman, man.
You don't give a lot of money up, bro. I gotta just take a little bit at a time.
Bet the damn flop so I can just
I did. I bet 100.
Oh, I want you to bet more so you don't get 400 from me afterwards. Feel like I just threw away
I was like, man, if you got 9s right now, whatever, we're getting it in.
Ain't got no 9.
Yeah, that trip was a while back.
Appreciate that. Ended up getting like 800 out of that. I got 800 out of that.
You sure did?
I'm good with that. Played that right. I had ace with the king heart.
Did?
Yeah.
What the heck?
Couldn't ask for a better flop.
Yeah.
Jeez.
Well, folks, we're about 2 hours in, and this is the best hand Slick Ric has seen all night, I believe. Ace-9 suited.
What time did the Timberwolves play?
Makes it 115, gets a couple of defenders.
I think 7.5. Yeah, they're plus 7.5 Wolves.
Doesn't get a super favorable flop. Paired on the 10, backdoor spades available for Ric as well. Saving grace is that no one else really has anything on this board. Not even Ty can valiantly defend this one, and we are finally heads up in the Nick game between HV and Vegas Viet.
Pretty much. If you had anything. That's 7 high. And you cover my suit, my backdoor suit. Sometimes you have to give up, you know. Sometimes.
Great.
Nice. But then we get Viet to blind race now.
Guys, try something. Nothing's working right now. Every jersey I wear, they win. 100%.
Just not yesterday.
Make sure you bet.
It's
the
on
money.
you,
Make
Ham.
sure you bet the money line.
I was about to say.
Ham, it's on you.
Just make sure you.
Ham.
I'm about to take the money.
280.
Plus 280? Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
Bet 5K, you could win 12K.
Oh, no.
Parlay it with the over.
How much?
80.
Is that a
It's a raise.
I call.
You get Viet to blind race.
That'd be
Good job.
nice. Then I'm doing my job.
Yeah, good job, good job.
7-4.
Alright, let's see.
1-4, baby.
Always 4 at least. Okay.
Can we change out that pink chip? Just in case.
Slick with a mystery hand 3-betting here. 500 to go. From the straddle.
You reveal your hand.
Something.
Could be any two, or could be trying to take advantage of the Nick game dynamic.
Reset it all.
Viet puts in the call.
Scan it again.
Sick action getting floated by 6-5 and Queen 9.
They got us out. Right, he got us out. We probably had the same hand.
Ace high flop with 2 hearts here. Gut shot for Vegas Viet. And the range advantage definitely going to be towards the 3-better. Even out of the straddle here.
Yeah, going to be a pretty good situation for Rick most of the time here.
Viet hasn't folded yet. Does flick in the call and we lose the Queen 9. Heads up with nearly 2,500 in the middle to the paired turn.
If we see the double barrel from Slick Ric, I think it's very likely that he's going to have some kind of ace-x holding in his hand. Obviously, we've got some mystery cards right now, but given the line, given the action, even though the turn is relatively poor for him, being a board pairing 8, still continuing, going to have at least some kind of showdown value.
That's not my card. That's my card. I don't have anything.
And no show from Slick Ric there, but he was happy to get some of that off of Vegas Viet there. They were battling it out on the floor yesterday.
Usually right on the toes too.
Yeah.
Right on the toes.
You already bet $800. What am I gonna do? God damn.
Okay. Collin, it's not like you to play so few hands, man.
Every hand's been 10-6 off.
Yeah?
I've had an overwhelming amount of 10, and then every flop has 10 and 6. At some point, I considered opening the 10-6 off, but I've maintained
100.
Raise 100.
I maintained my composure.
5-4. 6-4. 100.
I was just thinking, I think I played like 4 hands or something like that.
8-4. 9-4. 1-4. 2-4.
Time to get rid of that button. You ready, bro?
I don't think I can win.
6 players.
6
Yeah,
now.
I need
We went
a lot
from
of
4 to
help.
6.
Most of the table to the flop here.
Today.
Whole lot of premiums. Slick again with the mystery hand.
300.
And another ace high flop. This time 2 spades. And ham leading out. Seems like he always knows when he has a no equity hand. Knows when he's got to turn it into a bluff.
Because like I don't believe this shit at all.
Because giving up not an option. At least not for him. A couple other players do give up here. So
Yeah.
3 players to the turn. 1,500.
Interesting call here for Big Bear. I think we're just, I mean, he's chasing the gutter, obviously, but maybe with some devious intentions on the turn in the river. Ty, of course, probably never going to be folding an ace.
I said green corn.
Yeah, it could be a position thing too. Big Bear on the button, peeling, and finds the pair instead of the gut shot on the turn. No additional help on the river. Thai just gonna win it after another check around. Pretty good pickup for ace 4 offsuit out of the big blind.
Bet your hand, Ty.
It's enough money.
Button.
I don't need to bet. Enough money in there with ace 10. I'm scared, man. You had every true player there possible. Anything. 9, 8, 9, 6, like everything there.
Ace king, anything.
Anything there.
Queen 10.
I don't even know what I get. What
I made it
did.
100.
Yeah, Ty not looking to bet as much as just check call there.
We got the HV 80.
Viet and HV looking to end the nit game. One of them's going to have to get something done here. The other one going to have to ante up the nit tax. Viet lost the first round of it. This is somehow just the second round of the nit game.
HV in the blind 80 this hand looks like.
Not a terrible hand for it.
Pretty good, all things considered. King and a 9.
Ace queen behind though. Hijack. What does Noor do with it? Announced a raise of 160. So king jack in the small blind though. Gonna make it a little bit more than that. Don't want to come in passively out of the small blind. Or with a hand like king jack.
Here it comes.
Want to rep some strength there.
Good card there, huh? Mm-hmm. I'll raise 100, reduce 4 5.
Potentially clean up some
Yeah, I bet the flop.
other kings or ace x's, but not the ace queen in position. So heads up we go.
You have a straight queen? Yours better stay.
Yeah, that's great. I'm following.
King jack does flop best. Paired on the low end, low being a 10.
Trying.
Gutter ball for Noor, but would give Ty 2 pair if it does somehow connect.
Ty making his hand and out of position, decides to just check and gets a check back. Four bet pot. Ty shouldn't be really worried about much here. Unless Noor's kind of peeling with some suited to ace 10 maybe.
And Noor does improve to that gutter ball on the turn as well. Double gutted now, 9 or a king.
Hard to turn equity just to fold, but Ty does put some pressure on.
You know, the graphics will tell you this is a 4-bet pot. This is essentially a 3-bet pot, given the early position open and 3-bet from Ty. HV, of course, not technically straddling, just a blind raise.
I know. If you call, I think I'm folding. I'm not calling.
Oh no, I just pulled up 1500.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Noor taking quite a bit of time here. It's hard to take this much time
So we don't have to play the nit game again.
and then face a river decision as well.
Do squid game then?
If I'm Ty, I'm barreling essentially almost any river. But Noor ultimately does make the call.
He
What
smashes
a
it.
river card.
Oh, wow.
Tank calls and finds the gut shot. Broadway on the end.
Yeah. The whole outfit.
Improves Ty's hand, but probably has a little bit of a weird feeling about it. Leads for 1800 and Noor now comes over the top pretty quickly. And that pretty much says everything. After the tank call turn and rips river. Pays the extra 1,000. There's just so much in there.
Oh my god.
25?
Not for show.
Good hand, Noor. Go ahead and sell that back.
Look at the numbers now. Collin's in the green. Up around 300. 11,100 for Big Bear. Ty, even after that, still up 3,000. 2,000 for Sumo. Noor climbing back to even, now stuck 800. Slick Ric still on bottom, roughly 6,500 in the hole. Over 2,000 for HV, Ham, and Viet stuck about 4.2.
King Jack.
I mean, want his jam, but no, it's not good.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a
But the way he acted, he didn't have anything until that king came.
You know it's ace queen for show.
I was just hoping for ace king.
It would have been awesome if he folded and he showed a bluff, though.
No thought.
Like 40.
All right, guys.
Game on.
Game is on.
Fold.
Mid game went a whole dealer
7.
all the way around. We're gonna have a new dealer before this one's over.
125.
See, that's why when it goes to heads up, in
Yeah.
free hand, if they don't win, both of them have to pay.
Go 2 times.
good idea.
12 fold.
I'm down for that. I'd rather pay my dues and get it over with.
And then we can do it again.
I'm down for that.
That's 400.
For 2 hours, I haven't won one hand yet.
Yeah, it's together. Wow.
You got a queen?
I haven't won one hand.
At least you don't lose on into, no.
Oh, shit.
You still win no money.
Good game, fellas.
I had a king on my hand.
All baby cards and everybody decently connected. But best pair and the open ender for Collin.
Range 1400 from 4.
Ham. Worst pair, but open-ended. Gonna raise this up. Check, raise, 3-bet flop, and chips are in.
And Collin is a big favorite with just his pair of 5s right now. Pretty sick spot to be in.
I don't have a straight draw. I don't have a straight. It was Jack 10, 10, 8.
And they don't know yet.
But I'm not going to bet the river for you know what I mean? Because it's going to be 8, 9, 10 Jack. I'm not.
Wow.
But 5s will hold on the first board.
The only card with the big that might be bet the river.
And so far so good.
Even
Second
I'm
board,
with the pot, but I don't bet the river.
same result.
You gotta be.
Yeah,
Collin
that-
to
that's
scoop.
why-
Ham now seeing how thin he was.
Wow. Nice hand.
Wow.
Adding 5.
Wow.
Reload for 5,000 for Ham.
Yeah. Oh yeah, 5.
I thought you were gonna be ahead, so like, you know. That's superstitious. I didn't want to say it, you know.
Nice hand.
One more.
Oh, sorry.
That's under 71% win rate today.
I think I had a discount.
Thought it's right.
Yeah, why not?
Okay.
Can I get change for that? What?
Yeah, 500.
Good one. Yeah, 500.
20 is the best. 6 fold.
Should double count on him.
Yeah,
Feels right.
Okay, we'll go with that.
140?
Good enough for me.
50 now.
Raise 140 for heaven. 8 and 9 fold, 1 fold. 142 folds. 3 folds.
550.
550. All right.
4 folds, 5 folds.
Yeah. 4K.
You should run it for that.
4 of you.
I've done that before, it didn't end very well.
Check.
3 checking.
Check.
4 checks. 7 checks.
7.
Shepherd. Four checks. 7 checks. $175. Thank you. $500 from 3.
Check raise from Vegas Viet. And that will do it for the Nick game. Finally. Viet drags a pot, ends the Nick game, and HV is going to have to ante up. Puts all of it out there. Just going to do one pot. He is in the blinds here, so much harder to win back-to-back hands from the blinds, let alone one.
You break the curse.
Okay. No, when you win one,
Yeah, when you win one, you're gonna win like 10 more. Same thing with me. When I'm losing one, I'm losing by 10 more.
You're the opposite, huh?
When I'm losing one, it's over.
Wait, I can check.
20 is the best. 7 folds, 8 folds. 9 folds.
Going, bro.
Thankfully, no calls in there. Thankfully, there's no calls in there.
400 dead in the middle, and how much is it going to be? Oh, just a call from Slick Ric, the suited king in the cutoff.
5 folds.
Ethan, you want your card? We give you back for like 400.
No, less than that. We can
Sumo jokingly checking his option there.
I need some help.
Only Big Bear has folded. Everybody else still with cards. Everybody else just $20 into this splash pot. Comes out King High Rainbow. Good news for Slick Ric, especially with how passive everybody's been. King should be good here. And it checks around.
No one know what anyone has.
Quarter.
25.
Ham can't help himself. Bets 25 into
Oh, Buddy College.
over 400.
Now we know where we're at.
Collin turns open-ended. He's going to juice it. Actually try to find out where everybody's at. Slick can easily call. HV gut shot.
Almost no aces and very few nines left as well, so that's why Collin's equity spread is so low in this hand, even though he is open-ended. Ric with a great chance to take this down.
Especially now.
No contest, really.
Triple kings, I don't think he's folding to anything, especially after being so card dead. And it checks over to him.
Yeah, easy peasy, no resistance from anyone, pretty much no matter what he bets at any point in this hand.
And unfortunately for him, he's going to look for value and get none of it. Both players have completely missed. You factor in the dead 400. There's 15-10 in the pot. It looks like an attempt to steal. He's trying to keep it polar here. Overbetting pot. 2,100 into the 15-10.
Evil plan developing for Collin right now.
You want to service that?
Again, if you're going to narrow the field down to who's capable of making a massive play here, Collin is arguably at the top of the list. Collin, Ty, or Slick Ric.
God, it have to be a bluff.
He does think better of it and lets it go.
Wow.
Shows the 7. And now shows the king.
No, you don't.
That'll be a big bluff.
Perfect.
Raymond, you want anything to eat? Menu? They have good steak.
I get one more.
We'll put it back on when it gets back.
Yeah.
500 now. Now we're talking. Now I'm now we're thinking rid of my thing.
What's 500?
The need is 500.
It's 450.
450.
Now it's 5.
Top it.
I'm bumping up on you. You better be careful.
We go up 50 at a time.
6-8.
No, he
Two
killed Slick.
60.
Three raise 60.
I'm on a freeway, yeah.
120.
120. 4. High school.
We're not playing this hand.
120. 6. 120.
120.
You have 20. 7 4.
120. What's going on with this?
Right. My turn.
Yeah.
Yeah. I had one more deal.
Take it easy, man. He's a kid.
1,000. I need 1,000 for FIFA.
1400.
1,400.
Do that, man.
Yeah. That's a lesson. Yeah.
You get a winning hand with the way there's no need game. Probably the only.
Wait, that's a splash pot, right?
No, it's
Oh wait, what? I thought that was.
No. You did one, I think, right?
Yeah.
letting the action speak for itself. Big 4-bet here from Vegas Viet. Vegas went bet, Ham went click. Lots of calls, 1400 from Viet, and he still gets action. Sumo calling the 1400 here. About to have a big pot brewing here. Clean enough for Vegas Viet's ace queen. Does just check on the flop. Paired king high board here. Sumo not choosing to get aggressive or stab at it. Viet with just ace high as well, but a superior ace high with the ace queen.
Sorry, go ahead and pass them out.
You bet that pickup like, oh.
Sumo drawing to a jack.
The checker is a good bet size. Bad dudes. Really bad dudes.
Okay, where is this, right?
Yeah, show it.
No.
Oh. Oh?
Oh, you just let him show it. He's not getting real.
It was a bluff again.
Let him
It
show
was.
it.
No way you bluff it.
What? I'm not. I didn't have yeah. I don't think I'm good. No way.
Alright.
I'm fucking 4 in this
Please
speed.
hold six, yeah.
There ain't no way I'm good calling 1400 there. No, please, yes. We need a tell him 30 minutes, please.
7 o'clock, we're taking a break?
Just a 10 minutes.
You got anything you got there? Yeah.
We had a break.
No, you got pocket set. Yeah. I got a king.
You got a king?
Yeah, I got a king.
I don't believe
After, after this hand?
No. In 15 minutes we're taking a second.
King Jack.
What's suited?
Suited. Black.
Like
What spade suited?
1 4,
For 1400
2
free?
1 3 4,
And momentum, baby. Go.
5 4.
You just needed to prove yourself you could win.
Can I see it?
All I need. Whoa.
6 deuce redemption.
Yeah.
Play back at me, man. Never have that thing. So.
6 deuce
Makes sense.
redemption.
300, 7 4, 8 4, 9 4.
Give him a ham. Come on.
Yeah.
Westwood didn't have 7. You have to retire at the
I remember when you have 6 duels and the other guy has pocket 6.
Couple of hands clashing here. Sevens, queen 10, jack 9.
6 deuce deuce.
6 duels.
And we get a bit of an action flop for Noor and for Ham. Ham open-ended backdoor clubs.
That was big pot.
Noor with middle pair.
In a wrong day.
That's a long day.
Oh, in a long day, yeah.
But it is Sumo who's going to be firing out the biggest of it. He's going to be betting 600 into the field. Turned his sevens into a pure bluff with 4th pair.
That's stupid, right? That's me too.
Fuck that. Forget it.
I didn't know that until today.
Okay,
He let me know. I was like, oh, that's pretty silly.
Yeah.
Probably, yeah, probably.
Here?
Noor does let his hand go, and now it's on Ham, who's got the lead here, just equity-wise. Ham gonna be making the call. Red or black 7 for an interesting sweat on the turn. However, it is a board pairing king. Pretty decent card for Sumo.
So you fly out on Saturday, right?
Yeah.
Like,
Hard to ask for much better than that.
We did the same thing. I had to bite him the last time to stop playing last time. So I had to bite him.
Oh, you wanna keep playing and playing?
Yeah, I was like 8 o'clock in the morning, man. I don't know.
Please let me leave.
Please let me live.
Take your money. I was like, how do you even have money left?
Y'all are playing heads up or what?
Yeah.
He's made it a pretty affordable price for Ham. I wonder if Ham will get curious and make the call here with the open-ended draw, but is just going to let it go. Good little pot for Sumo to take down. Ham would have gotten there on the river. Definitely a tilting rabbit hunt for sure.
Wow, bluff.
Oh, hit it.
You hit on the river?
Nice bet, nice bet.
At 30 minutes turn to 3 hours, we agreed to play only 30 minutes heads up.
Oh, and then y'all kept playing.
And it turned to 3 hours.
As it usually does.
Can't stop it. Yeah.
It's like an awkward time. Might as well keep going. It's like, I don't want to go to bed that time. Yeah. Should we go to bed this stuff?
Pimpin' is pimpin'.
Raise 154.
Bed by yourself after you're stuck is the worst feeling. Fighting demons.
150.
It's way worse to go home and tell someone else waking up at 5 in the morning that you're stuck.
3 players.
You come home at like 7 a.m. You wake up your partner in bed. They go. No. Otherwise, you're like, oh yeah. Go to bed. We'll talk later. Hope they don't bring it up.
7 steps. 1 and 4 check.
Picking up action here on this board. Noor with the best of it still with ace high. Tie, of course, holding the gutter ball. Ham holding the flush draw. Board doesn't change whatsoever on the river. Both players with play in the board, so it's whoever makes the biggest move is going to take down this pot.
He won't fall to the winner.
Adding 4.
850.
Oh my god. It's me. What the fuck? Just play limp for one time. We chop.
Oh, yeah.
Had that barely beat.
Good. Yeah. Maybe I was hoping you don't have anything. Maybe you do some. Yeah, that's why I have to value bet it. But make it look like value bet.
No.
Hope he doesn't have anything. Hope he doesn't have ace high. He snapped me with ace high. Sure.
Yeah.
That's not joker. Nah,
Your card.
You bet.
it's like high. I mean, I played the board. I think I played the board.
Yeah.
You want any food? Ethan, want any food?
Bomb pot or something.
4 calls.
Have to change what style a little bit.
Change the style to 75.
Waiting for you to raise.
7 calls. 8 calls. 4 1
What
Is it on me? Check.
4 checks. There's 300 from 5. Seven fold and 4 fold.
It's possible, it's me. You can win a hand.
You just have to play early.
Yeah.
Late when it's like 3 or 4 hands. Yeah.
Sneak attack, you know?
Everyone knows. Now we all know.
Like 40.
It's called the Andrew. Raise early and hope nobody notices.
The Andrew,
attack.
yeah.
All right, I raise early.
There we go.
300.
Nothing.
I folded because the queen was the
Nobody knows.
I had another queen. I had another queen. I folded because the queen was the fucking burn card, so I had to fold. Queen 5 suited. So like, that's the best. Queen was the best card. One for 40, you know. But the queen still
Call 100.
keep folding winner. That's not ideal.
7 call. 8 and 9 fold. 1 fold.
Ideal. Keep folding winner. Yeah. If I didn't see the queen as a burn all the time,
600.
obviously.
3 fold. 4 fold. 600.
Lots of interesting hands clashing here. Slick Ric with the best of it with the ace-jack offsuit. Ham, of course, cold calling with the 9-7.
You're safe, bro.
I feel you now.
Yeah, no, nobody feel me.
I feel your pain.
1 fold.
Feel your brain, bro.
Ty also going to be getting involved, so we've got a pretty bloated pot here. Almost 2K in the middle. Nobody with a super premium, but it's going to be top pair for Ty and top pair for Ham, plus backdoor draws. We could see some trouble for Ham at the moment.
1000. For 4.
Can we slow down a little bit?
Their next one is 525.
And it looks like Ty is just going to put in the raise, wants to get it all in with Ham, and they are going to get it all in. Ham in rough shape. Backdoor diamonds, backdoor straight draw versus the top from Ty. No good on the turn, no backdoor equity now. Only a 7 will save Ham. And it doesn't come. Ty going to be scooping in a 7K pot with the ace-9.
I just had queen 5 when Viet raised, and then I had to fold when we burn the queen. Turn the queen right away. Yeah. Maybe.
Yellow.
Right yeah, then I don't have any yellow.
10 minutes?
I don't need yellow. I only just right now.
No, after 10. After 10.
Wait, yellow?
How much you want?
Yeah.
You still have
Oh, yeah, right.
No,
Yeah, just break now. Because, we're waiting for him.
We're waiting for Ham. Yeah. No chill. Breaking for Ham. There's like 1,000 chips over there. I can get some. Okay.
You cash up or just cheat though?
Huh?
Looks like our players are going to be standing up, stretching the legs a little bit, taking a look at the results here. It's Big Bear still with the biggest stack, dominating, almost up 11K. Ham down just about the same at 11K. Ric also down about 6 as well.
Foster. No hit.
We see Ty and Collin also, of course, with big wins at this point. 7.5 for Ty, almost 3.5 for Collin.
I'm down with that. Next dealer change, can we do 500?
Win so much.
It looks like we've got a bomb pot unfolding here. Trip 9s for Thai on this board. Sumo also holding trip 9s as well, including the open-ended straight draw up top. Bet of 400 is going to be called by Thai.
Straddle, right?
Yeah.
As we take it to a turn here, Thai still commanding lead on the bottom. Now 9's full of jacks here. And I believe, unfortunately, Sumo has also just filled up on the bottom, but he does get there up top. Binks the straight up top as well, so it will just be a chop from Thai and Sumo, although I'm sure Sumo thinks he's playing for the whole board. Full house on one, straight on the other, whereas Thai just has a full house on one. Vegas Viet, of course, holding that set of 7s.
Tough game today, yeah.
Tough cookies for Viet. His bet is not going to get respect.
See the least flop today for sure.
I mean, yeah, gonna happen.
Wow, and Ham's going to be flicking in the call as well. He's going to be holding that same straight with 4-3.
I doubt it.
But we can see here it is the 8-4 from Sumo that is going to be scooping the pot up top. Sumo has the, I think he has the de facto nuts, really. I mean, 8-9 is going to be the absolute stones here, but he's got a full house on one, straight on the other. Got to feel great about his hand. Sumo putting in the raise, big boy raise to 5K. And for Thai, that's just tough stuff because he's only playing one board, 9's full of jacks, loses to pocket jacks, pocket queens, queen 9 that flopped the boat. Pretty nasty spot. If he makes the call, he's going to get the chop. Chop up Viet and Ham's money.
Are you stuck?
Definitely tough spot now. Sumo with the right hand to apply maximum pressure with here for sure, given the fact that he has got the big lead. Knows that he's almost certainly got one board locked up. Thai making the disciplined fold. Unfortunate for him. And Sumo's actually just got a full-fledged scooper here. Now that Thai's gotten out of the way. Sumo going to be taking down this pot. And Vegas Viet, wow, pushes it all in. Sumo is going to call given the price he's getting. And he's going to scoop Vegas Viet in a massive, almost $15,000 bomb pot.
Oh my God.
Yeah, huge pot scooped all the way for Sumo. Sumo scooping it up on both with the 8-4 and the 9-4.
That's a nice hand.
Miracle 4.
Yeah, good reader. No.
Got a set and straight.
No.
Wow.
Biggest yet with the King 10, of course.
Christ,
Also felt pretty good about his spot, but just in a bad way. Going to get felted here. Pretty deep into our stream as well. Going to be reloading for 5K, but Monster Bomb Pot shipped over to Sumo.
Yours that it set,
Yeah, straight on bottom.
on the bottom, yeah.
And
right.
We'll do it.
3/4.
When you had 9 guys, throw your bun out there. Yeah, they ain't gambling right now.
I thought he had queens. If he folds, I call. But then he would have 3/4 me. No, he would have won it all. Shit. Yeah, they know.
Is it 150?
Big one.
Got a set of 7s here for Sumo versus a flush draw for Ham. Ham going to be making the call here with the Jack High flush draw. 5 of clubs on the turn. No changes yet for the board texture. Very, very wet, very dynamic. Lots of stuff sure to change here soon.
I know. If you call, I think I'm folding. I'm not calling.
Ham holds the spades in his hand. Sumo needing to just dodge those, and he will be taking down this pot. Bet of 1,000 from Sumo, called by Ham, so Ham still with the flush draw, but does just brick out on the river.
$850.
I send it.
Ham with the check fold. Set of 7s taking it down, and Sumo continues this heater that he's on. Sumo now with the biggest stack, nearing 20K now. Lots of stacks at that 10K mark, including Big Viet Thai and Slick Ric also.
Hey, Ty, he stayed to the from the yesterday to right now. Very lucky. What? Yeah.
This one for 500, right?
Yeah, that's 5.
Yeah, 400.
What?
And Ty gonna be making the call. Trip Queens crushing the draw of Ham currently. Ham still, of course, with number of outs here with the 7-6 of spades, but Ty, of course, commanding lead. Trip Queens. Only one more set of outs here for Ham, and it's going to be a boat scoop on the first board for Ty. Second board probably going to be the same. No spade, nowhere for Ham, and it will be a scoop all the way for Ty.
Good game, fellas.
And I think that will do it for Ham for the evening. I believe Ham is going to pay out the knit tax to the table. Taking a look at the numbers here, Ham putting on a show tonight, 75% VPIP, just unfortunately not panning out for him. Very active table otherwise. Lowest VPIP at 29%, nothing to scoff at. Ham down over 17K this evening. Sumo and Ty and Big Bear all up 5 figures tonight. Collin also up 3,000. Everybody else in the hole with work to do, stuck 2K or more. Vegas, Viet, and Ric stuck close to 8 grand each.
Right, Noor? Huh?
Close. 4 dudes.
5 players.
Betting on this PMP? I didn't know. Which one you rooting for?
Shit, I have no idea.
Remember, like, which team you rooting for?
Yeah, I don't know what I'm using.
It's a regular game, right? It's a regular game.
With what?
Looks like the splash pot has been placed in the middle, so lots more limping going on this hand until we get to Vegas Viet, who is going to put on the big squeeze with the 5-4.
You got it, you got it. Please. I need a lesson more than anybody.
Looks like Big Bear is going to be keeping Vegas Viet honest, making the call with the King-9.
I think
Slick Ric also doing the same. Slick Ric absolutely smashes the flop here. Top 2 pair, Jack 8. Nobody else really capable of doing much of anything about this board now.
Game start?
Yeah, game back start. Yeah. 550 now.
Back door close again.
4K.
Back door close. 6-4. 6-4, huh?
I've done that before, it didn't end very well.
Nice hand, nice hand. Play.
I showed that my 7 was better.
Your 7 might be better?
Probably. Until the river. Kevin.
Okay. Yeah, you're probably winning.
Yeah.
Not on the river, but
No.
you're probably winning.
Is there any ace in the deck?
It's one of the same thing.
Yet.
Yeah.
HV finally waking up with the Rockets. First time this stream.
two at the same time.
Top two at the same time.
Maybe two times.
And Slick Ric choosing the wrong time to get out of line against HV. 4-betting with the ace-7 offsuit. 1,800 to go. HV only about 4.5K behind, probably licking his lips.
Viet heads up 3 times in a row. Yeah, Indonesia. This is the first time.
We're playing out there.
Being in the small blind, I can definitely see an argument for HV just putting it all in, which he does, and gets a snap fold from Slick Ric. One of the few times where slow playing would have been ideal, but can't blame him for stuffing it with the aces there. And picks up 2,000 just in dead money.
Yeah, but last time he lost.
I know, so I think, but you might get lucky though, you know. Some part is crazy.
I know. I closed the base hand last time. Still. Only Jack 9. So annoying.
That's a shitty spot, though.
Huh?
Shitty spot. Thankfully, no calls in there. Thankfully, there's no calls in there.
Yeah.
Woo!
Can I get one more? I need to drink my sorrow away. Fuck, man. These guys are too tough, man. How am I even gonna get even here?
Every other stream.
One party.
Every couple hours.
Yeah, or give more money.
Or give more away.
You know, he might sometimes lose. I'm not saying you win every time, but you're gonna fight by it. 4 players.
Ace high flop going to be good news usually for Big Bear, but we see Queen 8 actually. Sumo going to be taking the lead here with the bottom 2 pair. Big Bear, of course, flopping an ace as well as Collin. Collin been wise to pick his spots tonight, is just going to fold in the correct situations. 6 of spades on the turn. That is another out for Big Bear. Board pairing 6 would give him the best hand as well. Any 9, any ace would do the trick. But so far so good for Sumo. Sumo continuing to tell his story, betting out for 2K. Pretty big bet. This pot's gotten huge pretty subtly, especially if it's called here, but
Yeah.
Big Bear wisely letting it go.
It's going down, down, down. Every time I add on, it's going down, down, down.
It's not like it stay there steadily. It just.
Ooh.
Ethan and Raymond are probably like, you guys play every week.
Miss young Ethan.
We do miss young Ethan.
Young Ethan. I don't know.
Playing Andrew online heads up.
Really?
What, Andrew is a crusher heads up or what? I mean, Andrew, yeah. Online, I mean?
Yeah, he's just not a. I don't think he's like a heads up crusher, but yeah, he was online.
Against Ethan, he is. Well, he's not a crusher, but yes, you know, he is.
Not gonna ruin Andrew's spot.
I am going to check, okay? I am
I saw him
checking.
playing 200 at TCH.
Anything.
Bear looking to get some revenge pretty quickly here, 3-betting it up with the ace-jack. Sumo smooth calling with the 7-6. And flops. Best hand here. Still good situation for Bear's range, king high board, so he will continue, but don't think Sumo's going to be folding just yet. Flopping bottom pair here, some backdoor draws as well.
I never see Raymond checking a bomb pot.
Good regular hand.
Never see him check. Yeah, nice hand. That's all you need.
Okay, thank you.
Sumo turning more of that equity as well. Improves a bit here with the 7 open-ended straight draw. But Bear continuing to pile on the pressure. Gonna be hard for Sumo to hang around. I think he might stick around for one more street, but definitely pressure piling on at this point.
I need my best buddy Caleb.
And board pairs on the end with a 9.
He's watching right now.
Big Bear gonna need to fire a big bluff, I think, and I think it's gonna work. Sumo's missed all of that extra equity, just has 2 pairs, 6s and 9s, king kicker.
Yeah, we'll call it after.
And Big Bear telling the story that he's got some value here.
Second dinner?
King X of some kind.
I know Ty's hungry.
Very value-y sizing from Big Bear as well.
Oh my god.
Goes less than half pot, about 1450. Feels like Big Bear's got something that he wants to get called with. Let's see if Sumo can sniff this one out.
3 calls, 4 calls, 5 calls. Calls,
Defend me. I already know what I'm saying.
You need a lot of it.
Yeah. You in the hand.
At this point, you need a lot of it.
I deserve to pay at this point. I've been playing like a net.
And Big Bear gets the big bluff through. Nice hand. Is going to get the fold out of Sumo and will take down a pretty nice $5,000 pot.
What do we have? No straight. You cannot put straight.
Good fold, really good fold, really good fold. Good fold, very good
Wow.
fold.
Nice hand, nice hand.
I don't have a pair. I can call. I don't have a pair.
Trying to make it happen.
Yeah.
Yeah, wow, good thing we don't have a pair.
180 an ounce.
Big Bear playing the heat, gonna be bumping it up with Ace King and Ty, picking up Ace Queen behind. And Slick Ric's got pocket 9s. Slick and Ty still both having nip buttons here. Slick looking like he's just gonna make the cold call in between. That will get Sumo out of the way, and Noor probably also going to do the same here with the 6 deuce. But no, Noor's also going to be making the call. 2:45 more to go. So lots of action on this flop. Let's see who takes the lead. Oh, wow, and it looks like it's triple deuces for Noor. What a sick flop for him. Multiple hearts on board, but hard to be worried about all of that. Slick Ric over pair to the board.
The only thing I'm sweating is
And Big Bear with a big whiff on this flop is just going to have to fold. If Ty folds, I'm assuming that Ric's going to have to continue here. Rick not going to be feeling good, though, nor betting this much into this many people. Hard to believe that it is a bluff, per se. Nor's going to at least have some overpair, you'd got to think. What a great fold from Rick. Sick fold from Slick Ric. Puts the overpair in the dump. Nice work from him.
Yeah. Wow. Checking all the way up.
7-8.
Six deuce redemption.
7-8.
Queen. Queen?
7-8.
Wow.
Surprised Slick didn't hurt double up. You'd have to retire the 6
I remember
deuce
when you have
forever.
6 dudes and the other guy has pocket 6. You had 6 dudes and the other guy had pocket 6.
Yeah, that's what he's talking about.
I can't if you just keep folding.
Deuce, deuce.
6 dudes flop. You want me to how double you up if you don't put your money in there?
I'm trying.
Yeah.
King 7 was like the
That was
peak.
big
That was
pot.
the best hand I'd seen in one. I was excited about the King 7.
In a wrong day.
That's a long day.
Oh, in a long day, yeah.
Trying to set a new record for myself.
80.
I didn't survive.
We just had 7.
Raise 125 for me. 9-4. Raise 500.
I don't even feel bad because, you know, Viet's also not has his nib button. That's never happened before.
That never happened before, yes. This is maybe the first time
A couple of other hands getting involved here now.
Explode.
Deuce is buried in the straddle for Vegas Viet. Big Bear, of course, bumping it up with the King Jack.
Oh, the glass are back on.
Sumo continuing to give action to the game with 8-9 here as well. Sumo flops a pair of 8s here. Gonna be the best hand for right now. Rick, backdoor hearts, tie, and under pair. But Sumo just gonna take it down here after connecting with the flop.
Weird.
You're like, stop playing.
Okay.
Ace high.
I have a 5.
You win. You win.
Wow, what a turn.
We turn social.
That time you don't come in.
This time it's come low.
Yeah, I don't know.
I have low.
Fitness pimpin'.
我表不止。
Lots of players involved in this pot. Lots of just limping, lots of calling involved. Anybody's game here going to the flop until HV blasts it up to 350. And he's going to get called next to act by Sumo with the ace-10.
If it goes down this strong, the stack goes in the splash pot.
Yeah. No choice.
Whatever you have. Whatever you have left goes in.
Save it for the splash spot.
125 for me.
Collin raise. Oh, fold.
1 4. 2 4. 3 4. 5 4. 5 8.
clean flop for the deuces, actually, but not likely to be the best hand by the river. Sumo gonna do what he does and lead out again on this board. And ace high gonna take it down.
8. I have 8 lose. He won't fall to the winner.
Adding 4.
Oh my god. HB, what the fuck? Just play limp for one time. We chop.
Oh yeah. 875.
Maybe a deuce count. Maybe a deuce count.
Pocket 9?
Pocket 5.
No.
That's not your
That
card.
wasn't even your card. I'm burning the queen down.
It's not even your card.
Bomb pocket symbol.
Have to change our style a little bit.
Change the style to 75.
Waiting for you to raise.
Not me.
Vegas Viet makes it 2 3/4 to go.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Big Bear making the call with the 8-9.
550, right? Alright, do 275. Second and quarter.
Yeah.
Top pair for Big Bear. Flops it with the 8-9. Vegas Viet with the 2 overs. No backdoor flush draw. Only backdoor straight possible.
Yeah. Yep, you got it.
Would need runner, perfect. And that is one of the 2 cards that Vegas Viet needs. Any 10, king, or jack will give him the best hand now. Front door spades do also arrive on the turn. And Big Bear makes it really cheap to go, 250. I think Viet has to peel for this price, yeah.
280.
Interesting, you'd think Big Bear might go a bit bigger with his value on the turn.
Nothing.
9.
Folded because the queen was a burn. Head on now the queen.
But Viet is just going to check it on over, and Big Bear will take down the pot.
I have to fold. Queen 5 suited. That's the best. Queen was the best card. Going for 40, you know.
Sneak attack with ace deuce.
And the queen still. Keep folding winner. It's not ideal. If I didn't see the queen as a burn, obviously. I'm on the same board now.
You're on the same boat now.
I feel you now.
Yeah, no, nobody feeling me.
Feel your pain. Feel your brain, bro.
Hey, 400?
How much is it now? 550, right?
Noor opening it up with ace-9, 3-bet from Slick Ric, 4-bet incoming from HV, ace-king. Makes it 13 to go. Slick Ric in position with a suited ace may consider appeal. I think in this exact situation, it'd be better to have a hand like 5-6 suited, 7-6 suited. Hands like ace-3 suited just going to be dominated far too often. We'll see what Slick decides to do.
I feel better about my chances. That's what I said. I feel better about my chances.
Better than your flip draw? You let me know when you think the queen deuce is hot. I'm in.
No. I have a fight. I just had queen 5 when get raised, and then I had to fold, but we burn the queen. Turn the queen right away.
And Slick Ric gonna be clicking the call button here. Big pot alert. Almost 3K in the middle, HV with about 5K behind at this point. Going off to a huge flop for both players. Top 2 pair for HV, top pair in the nut flush draw for Slick Ric. All the chips are gonna be in the middle. It's just a matter of when, I think.
There's like 1,000 chips over there. I can.
Continuing for 900 here is HV. Huge range advantage. Ric couldn't be blamed for just calling, but definitely can't be folding now. Is going to be making the call, and spade on the turn would be disastrous for HV. And instead of a spade, we get the 4 of diamonds. HV's got top 2 and pot behind. Does he go for all of it now?
I know his name.
You probably do a concussion test. You're gonna hit that bad.
HV continuing here for 1,500. Ric must think he's being milked here, but he can't fold. His huge draw is going to be making the call, and we've got just about 3,000 left behind for HV. And the board bricks out on the river. Deuce of clubs. HV still crushing it with top 2. Puts the rest of it in, and Ric is going to fold. Knows that he needed that flush in order to win this pot. 10.5K pot being shipped over to HV. Nice work from him. Unfortunate situation for Ric, flopping what seemed to be a huge amount of equity, but it does not pan out.
One chain?
Oh, now you want it back. Yeah, of course. Straddle, right? Yeah. 1.5. It's black 2 on the river. I thought it was a spade.
Open from Vegas and a 3-bet from Sumo. Red 10s in the small blind, and Noor looking down at queens next to act. Noor going to be bumping it up even more, putting in that 4-bet to 1,000, and Sumo's got Noor well covered. Could we see a $14,000 pot here?
Golden see the least flop today for sure.
I mean, yeah, gonna happen. I think
Only 575 more for Sumo. Sumo making that call, and a paired king-high board. Gonna be decent for both players. Less likely that either of them has a king. So Tens versus queens. Sumo might feel good enough to lead out here on this turn, but Noor still with the best of it.
Wow. Man, you know he's up. He ain't calling on that.
Wow. Noor folds the queens to him. One bet on the turn is enough to get Noor to fold. And Sumo gonna steal that pot right out from under Noor.
What do I owe you?
I'm so annoyed right now. Boss move right there. 80.
Are you stuck?
Oh, wait,
Done. Thank you.
Yeah. Yeah.
I see a question in chat from Rebel Poker. We do not know when the schedule for the Summer Poker Open is going to be released just yet. Give us a little bit more time on that. Still working on completing the event schedule. We'll be sure to let you guys know as soon as we know a bit more about that. So top pair here for Noor, outkicked by Sumo.
I think that's the first time I have been
Slick Ric with the king of clubs in his hand and just king high.
anyone.
And is going to find the raise up to 1200.
Yeah, you have to put on your chips.
That was nice.
He didn't have to put on his chips.
He's got too many chips though. He's trying to give them away.
It's done. Our
Slick Ric giveaway. All you have to do is come play 2040. You're gonna have to pay for that marketing idea. Sorry.
All you have to do is come look and get one.
As long as I'm invited, you don't have to pay extra. Thank you.
And Slick Ric does get it through. Noor going to be letting go of the pair of nines.
Fun out there. Yep, they ain't gambling right now.
HV making it a $1.10 to go from the cutoff with 5-4 suited. Will get called in a couple of spots as well. Missing some threes, which are very important cards for his exact hand. Ace, king, high, all spades. No spades in anyone's hand. HV with a huge range advantage on this board, but not going to want to bluff into it. Multi-way is going to check through. And that 9 of clubs not doing anything else for the board either. It's Noor who's going to bet out with his pair of kings.
Slick, what did you have in having it down?
Yeah, top of my range.
Where are you bluffing? You too?
Oh,
You too?
The top is.
You have club?
No.
I need a club there. Club.
And Ty raising it up to 850 here. Very creative raise. Underrepresented his hand on the flop. Doesn't believe Noor has any kind of strong ace at this point in the hand.
Dang, all the club on the bottom. Didn't even give you one club on top. Okay, chop it up now. High is queen king. Oh wow, it said 9 both hands.
That's pretty sick.
Wow.
Yeah, 12.
Wow.
And triple kings on the end for Noor. Makes the call and is going to get rewarded on the river. And a pretty sick play here from Ty with that check raise, or the double raise here. Raises Noor on the previous street, raises Noor on the river, even though Noor improves to trip kings. Gonna be put in the blender now. Noor's made a bunch of big folds tonight, and we're gonna see if we can get another one through right now. Ty makes it 3.2 to go over Noor's 800, and we'll see if he can find this call. It's not going to feel good with the 3 spades out there either. Just 6 as our kicker with the king.
Running the game at the same time. Yeah. As your game. Yeah. Here.
What's the month?
No.
No?
It'll be 2040.
Okay.
It'll be called the not Slick Ric game.
Oh.
Wow, and Noor is going to make another big fold, and it's not going to be correct again.
Did that or no?
Big pot taken down by Ty, bluffing him with the ace. Frustrating night for Noor for sure.
Right? Yeah, to beat it. Queen is on the board, right?
No, it's
Oh, there's no queen on the board?
9. I don't know what I'm doing, man. I'm just trying to get rid of my button.
Yeah, get rid of the button.
If I go, I might lose, so might as well just raise. Better chance. Exactly.
Right.
Better chance.
No fucking idea what he's doing. Just praying, yeah. Please.
Don't fold.
Please don't fold. Please fold. Please fold.
That was my plan. Please fold.
Not a bad plan.
Gotta be ace jack then, right, Noor? Huh?
5 players.
You betting on this game too?
I didn't bet.
But which one you rooting
I
for?
should. I have no idea.
No, but like which team you rooting
Yeah,
for?
I don't know who I need.
It's a regular game, right?
Huh?
It's just a regular game, right?
Yeah.
pair with the nut flush draw for Sumo here. Has the best 7 and the best draw.
Got the hand about as locked up as you possibly can. Collin has an out. Another king would do it. Another 7 won't. Thai, of course, needing another deuce or an ace, I believe. No, not an ace, sorry, just a deuce. So 2 kings in the deck for Collin, but it is just the nutter butters for Sumo. Stone cold nuts going to be pretty hard to crack here. Nothing Collin can really do about this hand other than turn his hand into a creative bluff, but unfortunately will not get through. Collin's had to be pretty quiet tonight. Hasn't been able to do all that much given the spots he's been in. Looks like Collin already checked in this hand, so check, bet, and a quick fold. Sumo continuing his tear, taking over, and kind of the table captain right now. Really has felt that way, at least for the last hour or so.
Nice hand.
And it's not like he's been locked up. He's been running some creative lines and finding raises and bluffs where others might not. So he's definitely giving action, but running pure and really solid player. So it's understandable why he's got 20,000 in front of him.
It's about as good as it gets when you're in a game like this, running pure, playing good, finding the right times, picking your spots.
Not on the river. No. Probably winning.
Yeah, it seems like Collin, Slick Ric, and HV have been more or less handcuffed, not by necessarily their table draw, their seat selection, but just card distribution. And even when they do get some nicer hands, they're not always connecting or holding.
It's all 2 at the same time.
Maybe 2 times. Tough to do.
We are once again heads up in the net game between Collin and Vegas Viet here.
We actually never saw Viet heads up 3 times in a row.
Yeah.
In a this one. This is the first time.
If we're playing out there, I would have quit already.
Too embarrassing.
Sometimes you got this kind of night.
We think it's first time.
I think so too.
You might get back on my part.
Last time he lost.
I know, so let's say, but you might get lucky though, you know. Bomb pot is crazy.
I thought the best hand last time. No, still.
Big Bear has locked up the pot on the turn. Everybody else drawing to the woeful chop. And Viet with the bottom end of the straight and then hit button. Still just has to let it go.
I get one more. I need to drink my sorrow away. Fuck, man.
Noor making the call and somehow improves on the river. Obviously, no good.
Even here.
His only equity was equity to a chop.
Bomb pot's a good way to get even.
It looks like he's wanting to lead out here.
Interesting, and Big Bear is going to just make the call there with the ace, maybe thinking it's always and only a chop, but clearly not. Definitely able to get more value there. I would almost always put in a raise, no reason not to. You have the nuts, so I don't know if Noor would have paid him off though. I think it probably would have been a quick fold, so probably the same result.
If you've liked the action so far, you want to make a trip down here to Champions in Houston, Texas. Not just this cash action, but another reason for you to come. It's the Summer Poker Open. Save those dates, August 13th through the 25th. We're back at it with another $1 million main event, and you don't have to just buy your way into that one. You can satellite your way in as well. Plenty of satellites and side events throughout that entire series. Champions here in Houston, definitely known for great tournament series. Always great tournament structures here. Even on all of our dailies outside of those tournament series. But yeah, August 13th through the 25th, $1 Million Main, plenty of side events, and a hotel that you can stay on site here. Also always do a promo rate for poker players during each tournament series. So more details to come on all of that. Make sure to follow us on all social media. Hit that favorite button on Poker Atlas. All details will be posted on our website and Poker Atlas as well.
Playing Andrew online, heads up.
Really?
Real.
What, Andrew is a crusher heads up or what? I mean, Andrew, yeah. Online, I mean?
Yeah, it's not a. I don't think he's like a heads-up crusher, but yeah, it was online.
Against Ethan, he is. Well, it's not a crusher.
Another PLO double board bomb pot. Gonna be a lot of cards to look at. 4 cards dealt to each player. Must play 2 whole cards. There's gonna be 2 PLO flops and runouts.
I am
I
checking.
saw him playing 200 at TCH.
Want to be drawing at both, or have the made hand already, and it's ace ace 7 on 1. I think somebody's already filled up over there.
Yeah, we saw a disaster the last time we had a bomb pot with Vegas Viet getting scooped on the river. See if we have any more train wrecks here, just assessing the board. Flopped boat for Collin with 7s full of aces. I see a dry ace in the hand of Sumo, so he does have the ability to boat up and win there. And then on the other board, it looks like got diamonds available, but I don't really see any diamonds. Lots of folds from basically everywhere else, so
yeah, just set to scoop.
Easy does it, and I guess Collin knows he's only playing 1 board, so decides not to bother.
Yeah.
Knows that his 7s full of aces is probably not going to be the best hand by the river, which is a fair assessment in this game.
Yeah, and he's not really playing anything else on the other board. Hard for him to improve on the other board. He's only playing his 7s on the other board. So,
and quite literally any other card on the turn and river can cause him to have the second best hand, and there's no way for him to know it. So flopping bottom boat in PLO kind of sucks. Personal experience on that one. Just because you have a full house does not mean you have a good hand. That's one of the rookie mistakes I see a lot of people making in these bomb pots, is way overvaluing low trips or under boats or things of that sort. Unless you've got top boat or something strong in that capacity, it's usually not a good sign to get all your chips in there.
Wait.
Yeah.
He is on the way? Does he probably play after the stream?
looks like they're teasing the players with the potential of Outlaw filling the empty seat there. And if he doesn't make it in time for the end of the stream, I'm sure this game's going to be going out on all night long.
Oh my god.
Sometimes you come in the next day and they're still finishing the game from the night before. Even if it's down to heads up or 3-handed play.
3 calls, 4 calls, 5 calls. 6 calls, 300.
Defend me.
Good luck, bro.
Collin begging and pleading for more defenders, and he's gonna get them.
At this point, you need a lot of it.
I deserve to pay at this point. I've been playing like a net.
Lots and lots of defenders and lots of 7s on this flop. Sumo can do no wrong tonight. 7s for him. No one has spades either, so it's just another free pot coming to our 6th seat here, I think, in just a minute.
Yeah, hero of the night for sure. What a story. His first time in on stream here. Big Bear as well, and they're the 2 players with the biggest stacks in front of them. And it's not from adding on. just pure profit for the two of them.
And Big Bear and Ty being the big winners on the night, of course. I believe HV also in the green, but I'm sure we'll get to those stats a little later tonight.
Good fold, really good fold, really good fold. Good fold, very good
Wow.
fold.
Nice hand, nice hand.
I don't have a pair. I just can call. I don't have a pair.
Try to make it happen.
Yeah.
Yeah, wow, good thing we don't have a pair.
Jeez.
Big Bear just going to be limping in with the King Queen. We kind of saw him do this strategy earlier where he actually just flat called with the Ace King and got himself involved in a massive pot. We'll see if the same thing happens. But we do just have a check through situation. King Queen looking good for it all pre-flop, but all that can very easily change. Single ace of hearts out there on the board.
Great news.
HV flopping middle pair.
The only thing I'm sweating is
Slick Ric open-ended on the low end, and
that's Viet on the turn. Looks like
5 deuce gets there on the turn, but folded. Open folded for sure off after that flop.
HV knows he's probably got the best hand with the action, so we'll lead out. Bear calling for the gut shot to the jack, and Slick Ric, I smell a steal right here. Not very interesting action so far. People don't really seem to have very many strong hands. Nobody's supposed to have an ace here. Prime time to put in a big squeeze, and that's exactly what Ric decides to do. And easy peasy takes it down.
Anyway.
7-8 gets there, so would have King Queen, but
Oh, that would have been sick for Slick. Let me tell
still
you.
works.
Ooh,
Queen?
that would have been fun. I mean, don't get me wrong. I love Ric, but that would have been a fun pot. You know.
100%.
Can I get a courtesy double up?
Courtesy double up requested from Collin.
Hear me, Ty?
Usually, Collin gets at least one courtesy double up per stream, so let's see if this one comes through.
I can't if you just keep folding. Why you want me to how double you up if you don't put your money in there?
I've been trying. King 7 was like the peak. That was the best hand I'd seen in a long time. I was excited about the King 7. Trying to set a new record for myself.
You just had 7.
Big Bear bumping it up with Big Slick's younger sister, Ace Queen suited. Is there a name for Ace Queen suited? Is it just a parking lot hand? Is that it?
Parking lot hand, exactly.
I feel so bad. There's got to be some kind of cooler name. It's a cooler hand than just going to the parking lot, right?
Yeah. You would think.
Don't be scared. Ace Queen's great hands. No need to take it to the parking lot. Well, Ty, not interested in playing small pots for the last bit of the stream here. 3-bets it up with the 5-4 suited.
What's going on? How is Viet and Collin don't have?
Oh, the glasses are back on.
And Noor going to be cold calling with the Jack 8 of clubs as well. Ty somehow flops the best of it with the 5-4 suited. He's also got backdoor straight draw, backdoor spades. Great flop if you're going to 3-bet with this hand and connect in some way. both opponents with a swing and a miss. Ace queen, backdoor wheel, backdoor diamonds only. Usually not enough to continue. But Big Bear continues, of course. And he gets what he looked for. Float the flop to see diamonds on the turn. Not really going to be in a folding mood now, I have to think. But I also don't think Ty's going to want to blast too much more money into this pot. He is the 3-better and has improved on the flop, so will not continue to barrel. Sketchy run out, of course, for both players. We've got one liner to a straight on board. Very connected, very middling flop. Can be good for Big Bear's range, so if Big Bear fires out a big barrel, Ty would be able to assess, but it doesn't come to that. It is just checked over.
Okay.
Ace high.
Have a 5.
You win. You win.
Wow, what a turn.
We turn first roll.
This time you know coming.
This time it's come low.
Yeah, I don't know.
I have low.
我表不准。
We might make it to the
End of the stream.
end of the stream, Viet.
Hmm? What?
We might make it to the end of the stream.
Maybe. It's going 1-3 hand the whole night.
If it goes to end of the stream, the stack goes in the splash part.
Yeah. No choice.
Whatever you have left goes in.
Some fun table banter here from our 2 remaining nits.
Golden raise. Oh, fold.
1 fold. 3 folds, 5 folds.
Collin opens things up with ace deuce. King 5 has to get in there. Heads up in the nit game.
5 game.
3 other players get in there as well.
Collin super duper dominated. Almost no aces left in the deck. He's going to need deuces only.
Ooh, how about aces up?
Aces up for Collin, and Noor's got an ace with a wheel draw as well. We could see some fireworks here. Noor leads out for the 300, and Collin quickly clicking out a raise. Noor unfortunately been on the receiving end of a couple of unfortunate spots tonight. We'll see if he's able to get away from this one or if he's going to go with it. Noor pretty short compared to the rest of the stacks in this game. Only got about 3K behind, less than that after betting out. I think Noor has just clicked out the call, so pretty short stack left over for Noor after this call. Less than pot behind. Collin's going to be keenly aware of that and probably going to be getting it all in soon. Noor checks it on over. Collin aces up. Nothing really to be worried about. Collin putting Noor all in. Noor drawing just to a gutter ball or a 3 for a better 2 pair. Noor mulling over his options, thinking about if he has enough equity to continue here. Collin has been very quiet tonight. Hasn't really had the cards to deal.
Don't tell me.
But Noor gonna make another good fold and gets out of there.
Oh. Okay, makes sense. I fold in a minute. Let's go. Wow. Fold an 8.
A one time I was right.
550, right?
550.
Alright, and do 275. Egg quarter?
Yeah.
275 each.
Oh, an ace? Man, that's a good fold.
Me?
Yeah. If you got an ace.
You know how many bad folds I've had?
Oh, yeah, no, I see that. Right?
You don't even know. You don't see how bad.
Oh, I know.
No, much worse than you think.
One call, two calls.
280.
280 for 3, 5 4, 280. 6 4, 7 4, 8 4, 9 4.
Back to folding.
1 call,
Sneak attack with the ace deuce. Back to folding.
and 2 is called. I have 5 layers. King of diamonds, 7 of diamonds, 5 of diamonds.
Lots of action to a flop here with a couple of diamonds on board here. 10-8 of diamonds for Slick Ric. Is just going to check all the way on through, and we don't have a 5 on the board. So ties, ace of diamonds with a 7, going to be the best hand at the moment. Slick does just check this one back as well, so passive action on the flop and turn despite some crazy pre-flop action. And somehow, some way, we have an 8 on the river, and would you believe it, Sumo is going to find a way to chop this pot.
Oh, I believe it.
Given how things have gone tonight, shocking. Slick gonna bet out for 1K, and I mean, he does have the best hand. Technically, he's chopping with Sumo, but
Sumo find the call. River to pair.
of course, finds the call.
Flicks it in.
Makes the right call. Gonna find the chop.
Fuck this hand up.
Slick probably feels good though.
Yeah, that's why you always turn over your hand right there, just to make sure, confirm the chop, but it is indeed.
Yeah, he knew his kicker wasn't playing.
Just a pure bluff catcher, but he did. He catches the chop.
I have a fight foot. We'll give the diamond time on, but I'll give you it all together.
Time to look at the numbers. Sumo on top, 16.3 for him, 12.3 for Ty, 10.7 for Big Bear, 3,500 for Collin. HV up 2.1. Everybody else in the hole. And if you're stuck deep. Ham left early, down 17.5. Viet and Slick Ric each down nearly 10.9. What a massive night tonight. And good. We need to get the game out of the muck. Nick game back on.
Still been plenty of action tonight despite there not being that many Nick games. If you haven't won a hand, you really haven't won a hand at this table. Kind of been a long, maybe drag for the mud, or drag through the mud for some players, but smooth sailing for others. Sumo and Big Bear kind of been on cruise control all night after winning some nice pots. And still getting involved, playing hands. This isn't locked up money. This is all still in play.
Yeah, and we've got about 30 minutes or so left of the stream, so plenty of big hands to come. As you can see, not locked up, as you just said. Some people trying to get the chips in, get unstuck, or continue to add on to their win.
Probably beat you anyways.
This is how it gets
Cards back out here. multiple straddles on.
Sumo clicking it up big. Because we are in the last hour of the stream, straddles are unlimited. You can see Vegas in the huge straddle right now.
Yeah, the 80's on, the 160's on, and
yeah, Slick Ric going to make the call along with Viet, who defends his big straddle. And very connected, very wet flop. Open ender for Slick Ric, middle pair for Sumo. Slick just going to lead out into the field for 500 here. Can't say I blame him. Great board for his range. Sumo's connected with his kicker, and he's been given action all night. I think he's going to be calling here as well.
finds a raise.
Yeah, clicks it to 12. I mean, I like it. I like it in this exact instance, right? Putting pressure on some strange leads from Ric, but this board's all Ric's range all day, given the action. Ric in one of the early position straddles definitely going to have a lot more of those middling combos that connect with this board. So Sumo's raise has got to look really strong here. Screams of an overpair, really, would be what I would think playing this live. But Ric's got the pretty hefty range advantage, still plenty of equity, so yeah, there it is. Ric just blasts it in Sumo's face, all in. What do you do now? I mean, if it's me, I'm folding, but I don't know if that's going to be the case here with Sumo. This is a extremely aggressive line from Ric, taking huge advantage of the fact that his range is just fully uncapped here, and yeah, he's going to get the respect out of Sumo. Kind of what you have to do, but
a little over 3x on the flop.
What a play from Slick.
That actually was a splash pot as well.
Man, you know he's up, he ain't calling all that. Well, you knew it.
What a hand, what a move.
So strong.
I mean, that's a play that's designed to get an overpair to fold, and it should work almost every time, so the fact that Sumo didn't immediately snap fold, I would be terrified if I made that play in game, but these guys have got guts, that's for sure.
Boss move right there.
So now the Nick game is back on. Those last two hands were splash pots, courtesy of Vegas Viet.
You said you leave Saturday?
80 straddle on again. Suited Jack 5, calling the straddle. King 3 offsuit on the button, getting in there, or at least trying to. King Queen gonna bump it up out of the first of the straddles.
Ric probably feeling himself after that big pot. But Sumo's got a suited hand. I think he's gonna at least call here. No, does decide to let it go, and Noor doing the same. So rare pre-flop takedown here for Slick Ric.
The first time you win a hand, anyone win a hand pre-flop.
I jammed once and got it through.
Yeah, you have to put on your chips there.
That was nice.
He didn't have to put on his chips there.
He's got too many chips though. He's trying to give them away.
It's done.
Slick Ric giveaway. All you have to do is come play 2040. You're gonna have to pay for that marketing idea. Sorry. All you have to do is come to 24. As long as I'm invited, you don't have to pay actually.
Of course.
Thank you.
Five, four.
No 80 straddle on this time, just the 40. I'm sure we'll still have plenty of action.
Measly 40, followed by a raise from Big Bear and a big click from Big Slick.
550 to go out of the small blind, and now tie with black nines in the big blind.
Everybody's got their nip button still except for Slick Ric, so we are in for a collision course, especially these two players.
Yeah, typically the Nick game doesn't have a lot of pressure, doesn't factor in the middle of the round, but obvious pressure when it's 2 or 3 handed in the Nick game, and then typically as well you see people try to make moves early on. And this is just for absolute value though. Nobody out of line. Tie 4 bets to 1600. Folds around to a 3-better. Jams it.
Oh wow, stuffs it in Ty's face.
And Ty's asking for a count. Collin says about 8. Gonna fix the count up there. Ooh, the one chip call.
And he makes the call with that beautiful pink baby girl chip. We've got one of the biggest pots of the night, maybe the biggest pot of the night so far. 17,000 in the middle. And a pure flop for Collin. Flopping top, all clubs though. Ty's got clubs available for him now.
Club.
We'll see if he can hold, but oh, and a set of 9s on the river. Ty gonna be taking down this first board. Looks like they have agreed to run it twice, so that's good, but scoop for Ty on the first board, and
what a flop.
Open-ended. Ty still in the lead, but Queen will do it, and another set of 9s for Ty. Set.
Needs a queen.
And he doesn't get it. Scoop. Collin thinks he might be good on both boards.
Oh, wow,
yeah, top on both, and
that was pretty sick.
Ty had mentioned that he needed a club on the first run out, so
yeah, 12.
Collin definitely felt good about that run out.
Wow. 6 stuff for Ty. Set. Gonna take it down in biggest heads up pot of the night.
Massive. And look at this. Massive PFR numbers. Not a very passive table. Plenty of 3 bets, 4 bets, or some 5-bet jams, as we've seen. And Ty now takes the lead, up nearly 21,000. 14.7 for Sumo, 10.5 for Big Bear, 2.1 for HV. Collin now stuck 5,000. Just went from up a couple thousand to down 5K. Noor, Slick Ric, Vegas Viet, and Ham also stuck.
Sick pot towards the very end of the night for Ty.
Well, Collin's not going anywhere as well. That was never in question.
Yeah, it takes a lot of guts to make a call like that, though, from Ty. Like, you got to give it to him, even though they are cutoff versus small blind. It is, or button versus small blind in that situation. It was not easy. If you're right next to someone, if anyone 4 or 5 bet rips it, you've got to be holding on to your seat. But Ty makes the call and gets rewarded with the pot of the night for it.
Some passive action up front. See if anybody finds the squeeze here. 40 straddle on, and yeah, a bunch of people just calling that straddle. HV checks the option. So go to the flop here, super multi-way. Only one hand in the muck, make that two. Vegas Viet with his second open fold of the night. Understandable when you have 5 deuce or 4 deuce high. Collin flops top 2. Looking to get unstuck quick. Sumo had let out with 9-3. 9-8 calls behind. 9-8 open-ended on the low end.
I don't know how likely it is that Collin's going to get a bunch of action here from any player. And unfortunately, it will just be folded to him. Not the pot Collin wanted to be dragging in. One hand to go would have done nicely.
Some of the air taken out of the game after that massive pot between Ty and Collin. Silences the table a little bit. Out there watching, don't forget to hit that like and subscribe button if you haven't already done so. Coming back to our regular streaming schedule next week, just earlier times now. Let us know if you like these earlier times. Been getting some pretty good feedback on it so far, including from the players here. Allows for them to try and beat some of the Houston traffic and then continue to play post stream a little bit easier. So we'll open this one up. $375. Getting a couple customers. Straddle exercising the option thins the field. And flop comes out paired. Nobody with connection to the 8, but Slick Ric 7-5 connects. $7-5 gets there a second time for the underboat on the turn. Leads out.
That's 700.
And is just going to take this down. Already safe in the net game, doesn't have to show. And wins the button as well. Well, 30-minute warning given. It's been a fun one so far. Really enjoyed the action from our new players to the stream, Sumo and Big Bear. And they've had a good night of it so far. It's always rough to watch some new players come into their first stream and then just get completely dealt out or have some run bad. But obviously, that's how it is sometimes. Also, always enjoy Slick Ric coming into town to visit. Typically going to see him here once a month or so right now. He took a little bit of time off, work on his MBA, but back on a little bit of a poker grind just ahead of the
This is the first time.
WSOP summer.
2.5 years. It means 2.5 years. Not a.
And anytime that Slick comes in to play stream, he stays for a couple days here at the hotel and plays out on the floor game. So if you're interested in playing, he's here until Saturday.
And can you have to play both stream now?
No, I quit. He can't do this. He can't do this.
He can't take any more.
Sumo continuing to give some action here. Another 3-bet from him. 10-7. Connects for second pair. 9's off the board. Still best. Noor gets out of the way. In position, just one over to the 9s. Not surprised, yeah. Big Bear could go either way with that one. I wouldn't have been surprised if he continued there.
One good. Yeah, one good.
That was good though, right? That was good. The 7 was no good?
May have pocket 8.
Oh.
Something like that.
Oh, I know what it is.
Okay, live 8.
I'm aware.
I'm gonna stop it at 80 for today.
Wow.
That's okay. You put on the 160, you know, Rick will put on the 320. Viet will straddle his whole stack in because he can't win.
Yeah. See, I just saved 160.
5, 4, 250 from 2.
Can you ask Eddie what the VP of Viet today, please?
6, 4, 2.
Sure, you'll know in an hour.
I want y'all, when y'all go back and watch it tomorrow and see how many hands I got. Oh, for real. Count it down.
7 calls.
All the hands I even played was not even playable. That was not even playable.
950.
I think he made us go play more hands than I did.
That's true.
950.
Ace King for Big Bear. 3 bets to 950.
Back to where it all started for him. That was the hand that kick-started his night.
There you go.
But unlike that time, he does just take it down pre-flop.
Right. I've been 3-bet one time. That's
Maybe
crazy.
1, yeah, maybe 1.
Did I know?
No, I don't think
No, none. How did 3-bet one time? None. I did that $1,400 raise one time. Pre-flop wasn't.
Oh, that was
nothing.
that was
That's
open,
it.
right?
40 live, live 80.
Wow. Okay. Cover first.
You don't have to
half.
do it. You know?
160 is
It's not necessary.
You don't want me to do it.
No, do it.
But you don't have
Whatever
to.
you want.
You don't have to.
Do it, please.
Alright,
You
should I do
try
it?
to 320 to win the hand.
Alright, 320. Might as well now, right? Why am I stopping?
Might as well. Everyone might fold to you. You might get a walk.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, please walk. Then I might have aces.
There will be no walks in this game.
Here we go.
Noor,
First one.
Ace X with plenty of straddles on. Just jams it, turns it into tournament poker with this many straddles on, and we don't know what Collin has yet, but he clicks call.
What is it?
1565. All in, 9 calls,
Oh, 1500?
1565.
The 80, the 160, and the 320 on. Collin with a suited queen 10.
End of the night.
Vegas Viet with king queen. Suited might be completely different here.
I gave him the thumbs up.
Alright, see the flop. 15.
65.
65. Yeah, exactly what you want. Exactly.
He's calling as well. So we have 2 players outside, 1 player in there.
Dude, Ty, calm him down.
So Noor all in for 1565, and there's still side action. Chips behind for the dominated queen. Very dominated now. King queen connects, top pair, great kicker. Collin, a gut shot. Backdoor diamonds.
Yeah, leading into this small side pot for 775, Vegas Viet definitely never folding here. Don't think it's worth it to stuff it here either, though. Probably good to proceed with just a call, but we'll see what he decides to do. I'd be shocked if he chose anything else, really.
Comes in for all of it. And clears up that equity. Noor connecting for bottom pair. Needs some help in an 80-20 spot here.
Go ahead. Come on, man. What am I going to do?
One turn, one river. Just under 5,000 is the pot.
Come on, give him his gut shot. 6.
Oh, you go for it. 6.
Calls for the 6, drills the 6. Good thing he didn't call for the ace or 8.
Man.
Viet takes a nice one down here towards the end of the night. And see if Noor comes back in for more. Understandable if he just calls it here, but does have the knit button actually. So does need to reload or ante up the tax. Can't go bust and leave the knit game early.
Change this. This.
Queen high.
And 3.
Oh yeah, second time tipping.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, down 20 still.
And the players are done in real time.
Momentum.
And we have a treat for you. One of the card dead players of the night has joined us in the booth. How's it going, HV?
Doing great. Good to have you in here.
Two guys go all in. What the fuck?
Yeah.
How can I fold?
Well, I'm excited for it. I still haven't had it spoiled for me, so I'm just going to wait patiently. Sounds like we're going to have a fun pot to end the night, though.
Something like that.
Oh, 40, yeah.
Just the, okay, there we go. 40, 80, 160 on.
Why would I?
Why would
and HV's out of there. Okay, that's forgivable.
My boom, double.
Boom.
How do you like all these big straddles at the end of the night?
These big straddles just create bigger pots. People is fighting for it.
That's my kind of night.
I mean,
Fold all the way around. I know, but you see how my kind of night goes?
We would try. We would try.
Yeah, we give you.
No, I know what I'm saying.
Yeah, we
That's why, look how bad that is. Straddle never fold all the way around.
That's crazy.
Crazy.
You still got 400.
So
Yeah, you
crazy.
still got 400 from us.
Right,
We
it's
still
not
give you
small,
something. My hand is so bad, I don't want to fold.
Like 80.
So yeah, plenty of big straddles here to end the night.
Have like a two cards that's not even connected.
Yeah, I
Something
know,
is gonna happen
really
this hand,
bad for
guys.
y'all fold.
Spoiler alert.
Y'all two to fold? Yes, I know. I know
Hearing
it's really
rumors of a huge pot.
bad. I know it's not a type fold.
Looks like
don't worry
HV's putting
about
on the
it.
200 or the 160. Good start.
I think it's like probably like one of the biggest pot at the 510 table.
Yeah, we both want 2 pairs.
So you open here, hijack 200. Multiple straddles on. Looks like just the 80 straddles on, you open to 200. Noor calls behind, 8-7 off. 7-4 for Dan, ties in there. Slick Ric, a mystery hand, makes it 1,000 to go.
2 more hands?
No, his read hand.
No. It should be soon, but I...
Go all in
So,
for you. I'll go Collin, you call?
Slick Ric making the move here. Thins the field.
Okay.
Gets back around to
I
tie.
was waiting if an ace come out, I fold my hand, but no ace. Any low card, I'm still
Interesting.
going with my hand.
Tie peels. Out of position here.
Played it great.
Heads up with about 2,500 in the middle and 2 diamonds on flop.
Maybe. I don't know.
Seems fine. I'll
10
call with worse
high.
hands for sure.
Hmm?
I'll call with a lot worse hands than king.
Yeah.
Slick Ric, some of the time too, is when these mystery hands happen. Yeah, HV is telling us that Ty actually has pocket 4s here. So some of the times these mystery hands are caused by
Maybe.
Maybe me. Come on,
cards
baby.
being dealt into the wrong box.
No,
And so that's probably exactly what's happening here. That's why Slick Ric has a mystery hand. Ty doesn't have 7-4 of diamonds. He has pocket 4s.
Over there.
So the 7 of diamonds actually belongs to Slick Ric. He's on the flush draw. 7 high flush draw. Board pairs. Keep in mind it's Ty with
Oh, I'm not sure about that today.
pocket 4s.
I think it's just you.
4,500 in the middle. These players are so deep.
And I mean, Ric firing an absolutely huge barrel on the turn. If those stacks are correct, then that should be a full bet for a 3,000 on the turn, unless Ric's black stacks are off, but I think they are close to correct. Yeah, it looks like 3,100 on the turn. Huge blast for Ty to call. Yeah,
And if Ty does call, then that's less than pot behind for Slick on river.
Slick Ric is setting up for a pot side jam on the river.
Yeah.
This hand.
At this point, Slick got about 8,000 behind. A little bit more than that, I think, just based on his stack. Maybe closer to 9, but still a lot left to play for. And Ty just with 2 pair. Obviously beating a 3, not beating a deuce anymore on the turn. No good against a 10, no good against any over pair, of course, as well.
It's only chips, right? We go work and make it back.
What are you doing this year, so?
These two really have a long history. They like to battle.
They've played plenty of big pots before, and no exception now. Already 10.5K in the middle, and the King of Hearts really doesn't change anything on the river unless someone has exactly the King High flush draw, which we know is not the case.
Yeah, so Ty with 4s and Slick Ric, the pre-flop aggressor here, This river definitely more favorable for the in-position player that's been barreling, flop and turn.
Most likely hand that would get there on this river would be hands exactly like King Queen of Diamonds, Ace King of Diamonds, maybe exactly, but that's it. Really, there shouldn't be any other change on the river, so gonna be interesting to see what happens, but Ric goes for all of it here. And again, we know this is a misread. Ty isn't going to be tanking with 7-4 of diamonds. Ty has pocket fours. We know Ric has at least the 7 of diamonds. So this is a huge bet all in on the river.
To be honest, when I was sitting there, I thought Slick Ric had it.
Yeah, I mean, he's telling that story, right? And then a board like this.
And then I thought Ty just had a 10.
Yeah, 10 or maybe some middling pair, but you're thinking maybe 9s at worst, right? Like,
I mean, if you're going through hand combos for pure value, right, HV, like Slick Ric will have hands like pocket 10s, kings, ace king, aces, right?
And I feel like Slick Ric might jam pocket jacks and pocket queens here too, because the king doesn't help Ty.
Exactly, yeah. The top of Ty's range as played right here is pretty much exactly a 10. Obviously, Ty snaps him off if he somehow has something like 3s, but terrible spot for Ty. I mean, Ric is telling a pretty compelling story.
Talk about him the whole time.
it's an interesting flop too, because if it wasn't 10-3 deuce, say it's
you didn't hear anything I say, did
10-9 deuce or Jack 10 deuce. It's a completely different hand for the pocket fours of Ty, right?
Oh, shit.
Yep. But I think because he has effectively second pair on the flop, he's been calling him down, even if it is light and completely dominated by other pairs off the board. And then just such a sick river. If it was anything besides a king, if it was even a 9 on the river, I think Ty has an easier decision, but still not easy in any way. I would have folded long ago, I feel like. Like,
Ty is a sicko. He's the GOAT after this.
I mean, both players are extremely sick for even being in this position at all. Just thinking about this hand for more than 5 seconds is impressive. Slick, of course, with the gusto to follow through with the full triple barrel with what we have to assume is just a full bluff, right? If he's got the 7 of diamonds, he's got absolutely nothing. So he's gone full tilt, full blast with just a flush draw, and Ty's contemplating a massive hero call here with pocket fours.
You deserve it.
And he makes the call. Ty with pocket fours, you can see them there turned face up. Black 4 of clubs in Ty's hand. Fours calls him down for a ridiculous $28,000 pot. What a call by Ty.
that is insane.
I was like, fuck.
I have seen so many crazy stuff, but this one is like the #1 hand that I see is so much crazy action in his hand.
I mean, look at that huge smile that you saw on Ty's face. That is just ridiculous. Unbelievable hero call. Slick can't believe it either. Chat, if you don't like the stream after this, I don't know what to tell you. That is insane. What a hand.
Ty, if you listen, I need an autograph.
I need coaching sessions. How do you read people like that?
Absolutely
Unreal.
insane. 38,000 in front of Ty now. And
Crazy, so I have to give him a chance.
there's really only a couple hands left on stream, but
He get confused.
look at this reload.
I really confused.
Well, you confused,
Is that
right?
15 or 20 in front of Slick Ric? Yeah, it looks like 15 is the reload.
There's definitely going to be a post-stream game now. I can tell you that for a fact. Maybe in question now, not anymore.
Oh, it's happening right now, four-handed.
Yeah,
It's not
no,
about
and
value,
I know
it's more about-
specifically those two have played heads up for hours before. So Ty and Slick Ric probably going to play through the night.
I mean, we've only got, what, 4 hands left? I don't think anything's going to compare to that. That is ridiculous action for any one given hand. Biggest pot we've ever seen on the 5-10-20 stream by a country mile, I think.
Yeah.
Right? I said that I thought the biggest pot tonight was going to be like closer to 20, 21K, and we hit 30 with that pot.
3K?
HV, do you think that Ty makes that same call to any other player
Don't worry about it.
on the
man.
table?
Why you have to worry
I
about
guarantee
I
you,
am worried about
any
it.
other player Ty would fold a turn.
And that, I mean, that kind of just speaks, it's more testament and credit, respect to Slick Ric as a player too. He knows that Slick can show up with 7 high there.
Yep.
So what's river? Or what? When is what?
Yeah.
The only person that Ty will make a call against is probably Slick Ric.
And I think the only person that also finds that triple barrel,
It's also Slick Ric.
yeah,
I'm capped though, isn't it?
And I mean,
at least at a high percentage frequency, right? Like there are other capable players that will barrel off, will find triple barrels, but that specific run out, really hard to do.
I would get prop for Slick Ric to triple barrel right there towards the end of the night.
and obviously unfortunate that we had the card reader error at the end there, but what an absolutely sick spot for Ty.
Yeah, we got it.
We were talking about it before, earlier on in the stream. Ty just makes absolutely insane hero calls and also what you might consider hero folds too.
Yeah, look at your reaction, HV.
Terrifying to play against, that's for sure.
Holy hell, I can get it right there.
Thank you.
I would want to rack up after that, even just watching from the side.
I'm still shaking watching this
Point
match.
He doesn't have aces, ace king or nothing.
Oh.
You heard Ty right there say it's ace king or nothing, and he's willing to pay.
It's the same thing.
And again, it's kind of an interesting dynamic because Slick is so action that if he did have ace king there, cool, you pay him in that spot, but you're still going to get plenty of action from him for either the rest of the stream or post stream or next session. You're not just giving the money away to him. If it's some like type player, then you're not wanting to be like, oh, you could have ace king there, I'm going to pay you, and I'll be wrong some of the time.
Yeah, that's definitely one of the craziest hands I've seen commentated on this stream as well.
37K.
Huge props to everybody involved.
That all you stuff this week?
5 players to this king high flop.
I'm so
Well
bad.
connected with 2 clubs.
Not that
Not
bad.
going to necessarily trust the reader since we know there are some misreads from Slick Ric's box, but
Yeah.
looks like only weak connectivity from everybody's hand, including HV's.
Yeah, from the hands we can see, you currently have the best of it, but Slick continuing, and right after that hand.
Slick stole my move. I was about to check raise his hand too.
Yeah, Noor only with queen high. I imagine this hand is over. Also not very deep, so pretty easy fold.
Would you have chosen the same sizing here on the check raise?
Probably if Slick Ric call.
Yeah, if Slick Ric calls, maybe just with the extra money in the middle, maybe like 1,200 instead of 1,000, but same result, Slick Ric taking it down.
Yeah, nobody calling your check raise there either.
It could be.
This is probably one of the craziest streams.
Yeah.
Yeah, Ty on the receiving end of the 2 biggest pots of the night, winning 2 back-to-back flips against Collin, and then scooping that ridiculous pot against Slick Ric. Huge night for him.
Yeah, that ace king versus 9s was also pretty wild to scoop. Hit the set on both boards. Have you played with Sumo and Big Bear before?
This is my first time playing with them actually.
Yeah. I've played 1 or 2 tournaments with Sumo before, and I've played some cash here at Champions in a private game with Big Bear. But they're decent action.
Yeah.
End of the night, finally picking up another premium. Second best hand you've seen all night.
And now Noor jams. So can you not wait to call this off, or what's going through your head?
we were both heads up in the net game, so
yeah, no decision at all.
No
Snap
decision.
call.
Two boards, fine. Yeah, first one for the.
So 5100 in the middle. Net game implications.
What the heck? Last 2 on all in.
Only the first board, the natural run out, good for the net game. So whoever wins the first board saves the net tax. It's ace high. You're probably not loving that.
to be honest, when they ate a diamond peel, I was like, give me a diamond.
Yeah.
But I didn't know that Noor has a queen of diamonds.
Well, yeah, you're also thinking, cool, ace is probably him, so then that means diamonds are going to be me. And yeah, that about does it.
No worries about the second board, though.
Top set.
Give me mấy điều top set. My win. Right.
Good to scoop here. Nice pickup for you at the end of the night. Tough go of it tonight for Noor.
Yeah.
What is it again? 550, right? Or 6?
6.
6.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, it was 6. I paid the 5.
How much you want?
No,
Or you just pay the net button?
yeah, how many more hands are there?
3.
We have, no, 2.
2.
The last hand is in your butt.
Okay. So
But now, but this one is a net button, so.
Yeah, so if you want to play it.
You got a PC
You
now
could.
for the name?
Yeah, 7.
6 is for the
Ty playing bank right now.
Can I get
Yeah,
3
let's
from
give
my?
some. Don't worry.
Okay.
Nobody cares that, I mean, he's got everybody covered.
I knew
Twice
you were
over,
gonna say
so-
something.
You probably got the whole table cover.
Yeah, I mean, he's got, next biggest stack is Slick, and he's essentially 2x that.
Yeah. I'm put 5, take
More than
2
2x
out.
that.
That's 3, okay?
It's fine if he peels it off for the last couple hands. They're just going to settle things up afterwards. Pretty standard stuff. You might not see this in your 1-2 game out on the floor, but within a player pool like this and stream, it's easy enough to handle.
Okay, 20, 40.
You don't want 40? No? Alright. You don't want your money back?
We stop at 40 then.
I don't know how. You're not going to straddle.
We stop at 40 then. We stop at 20 then. We'll be 40,
Viet trying to
81,
drive the
59.
straddle action here. It's also the only one that's put on the 320 so far tonight.
Only 2 hands left of the stream. Obviously, thank you for anyone who's joined us. Appreciate having you guys on. And of course, thank you for joining us in the box HV to kind of walk us through that absurd hand that we all got to watch.
Yep. Craziest hand I've seen to date.
Yeah, hopefully we get a little bit more of this. Let us know in chat if you like HV and some of the other players joining us towards the end of the stream once the delay is catching up. It's just a small comment I made out there talking to y'all earlier.
Wow.
You've come in and done this a couple times before. It's always nice to get the player's perspective, and obviously we get entire streams of it with Chris back here and the expert analysis.
If you guys come to Champions right now, you can watch 4-handed live.
I think I might just sit in and get a little look at the action myself.
You can buy a steak at Champions and you just sit there and watch.
Yeah.
I'm just going to order myself a filet mignon, watch Ty 4-bet to 7,000 against Slick Ric. Good times.
I don't know, the game might be breaking already. I don't know.
I'm sure they're still battling. They'll probably play heads up until 1 a.m. here at least.
Outlaw show up, so.
Vegas Viet with the 7 deuce.
Fun ending to the stream.
Triple sevens and 2 players have connected for top pair. One of them stuck heaps. Slick Ric leads out.
What's funny about this hand, it was a splash pot, and then Big Bear was only raised to 75 and Viet almost just folded, but then he ended up decided to call 75.
Look where that got him. Perfect flop.
Check raise from the 7 deuce. Goes to 1600.
And Big Bear's been pretty snug post-flop tonight. Yeah, I was going to say, I think he's going to fold here for sure, and he does. He makes the disciplined laydown. We'll see if Rick can do the same. Stuck piles would be hard to fold, but obviously we can see the cards and can tell this is a disaster for him. He knows. He does make the fold.
Discipline.
Oh my god, you actually had to do it? So.
No bounty, just a nice sized pot.
What the fuck? He was so mad when you called the 400.
It's good for him. I never seen him so tilted playing poker before. Today was probably that day.
Yeah.
Just a tough night for Viet, and obviously multiple seats. Lots of people extremely card dead tonight. Unfavorable card distribution. Collin and Vegas Viet probably most tonight, I would say. Card dead for most of the session.
At least he's not stuck piles today.
Yeah.
He got some of it back.
Could be worse.
Could be worse.
Yeah, I heard plenty of stories of the floor game yesterday. Some interesting hand histories.
I made an offhanded comment about how I'd be sad if Vegas, or not if Viet, if Slick Ric had a losing trip. Now I kind of feel bad about that. seeing this. I know he won piles yesterday, but now he's got a lot of work to do to get back.
King 8 folds to his cutoff. Last hand of the night. He's in there for 75. Folds around to Sumo. In the big blind, ace queen. Clicks it to 400.
I got you.
Jack 10 for Noor. He calls.
He's got what?
I buy for your food and drink.
I think Tash should be playing too, right?
Sumo's kind of been the other de facto table captain tonight.
I buy for the whole table.
Yeah, he's been running pure, and it's dangerous. He's a very solid player.
Come on.
It's one thing to run pure, and it's just like a fish at the table, but if it's a really solid player, it gets costly. 10 high rainbow.
Oh,
Noor takes the lead. Jack also being put to use here. Puts the rest of his chips in.
Looks like Noor's going to be winning the last pot of the night. Really nothing for Sumo to do here.
Yeah.
Maybe you could make a hero call with ace queen high in the tournament or something like that, but gotta know he's no good now.
Yeah, C-bet for 500. Now facing 1100 to call it off. I mean, he's up so much. Calling chips in hand. Might just give the action.
He does
Thinks
not.
better of it. Makes the fold, and Noor lets Sumo catch the quick info there. But that will do it. Ham leaving early, but being the most active when he was here. 75% of hands, he was V-pipping. No shortage of action. Most of the table above 42%. Sumo 65%. And not all that passive either. Typically raising when entering pots. Ham also leading the PFR chart. Vegas Viet, Slick Ric, and Big Bear all right there at 30% or more. And Ty, the big winner of the night, calling with fours. 35,000 for him. 13.2 for Sumo. Big Bear 9.8, 4.3 for UHV. And if you were stuck big. 6,000 or more.
I'm gonna go get Ty's autograph right now, guys. I'm gonna go back to the floors. How does he do it every time Slick Ric comes?
Tough night for Ham, down 17.5, leaving early, and Slick Ric ending at the bottom of the leaderboard, down 21K at the end of this insane 5-10-20 night. Thank you, of course, for being on stream with us. Pleasure to be here, Kyle.
Appreciate it, y'all. This is Kyle Miller, thanking all of you out there for enjoying the night here with us on behalf of HV, Chris Hu, and the whole production team. Thank you, everybody. Enjoy the weekend. We're back at it next Monday.
Have a good night.